Представьте мир, в котором у каждого из нас есть сверхвозможности. Раскрывать тайны Вселенной, совершенствовать здоровье человека, понимать языки прошлого и создавать языки будущего, предугадывать желания клиента,
وحتى نتنبأ رغبات الزبائن وحتى نخلق المنتوجات الجديدة قادرة لتغيير العالم
создавать совершенные
ونخلق
структуры,
البنية
любые
حسنى
вызовы.
واستقبال أي تحديات. هذه القدرات أصبحت في متناول لكل منا. هذه هي قوة التي يعطينا الذكاء الاصطناعي. الرحلة إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي نبتدي.
Друзья, доброе утро!
أصدقاء الأعزاء، صباح الخير. اسمي فالنتين. أنتم تعرفوا أنا بلوجر فيديو تكنو، وأنا مرشد على هذا المؤتمر الدولي الثامن. أرحب بكم في يوم الثالث الحساس الرئيسي. اليوم نحن نتكلم عن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في جميع المجالات. نحن ننتظر أن يكون هناك بودكاست استوديو، وفي مجال التقنيات والعلوم العلماء والخبراء سيناقشون دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في استدامة التربية. نحن سنناقش المدن الجميلة والإخلاق والإبداع والانتقال الطاقة، ويكون في الختام ويكون هناك الموضوع يعني الثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي وتكون هناك نقاش الشبكات العصبية الكبيرة والتقنيات المتقدمة. أنا مقتنع بأن ستكون نستمر إلى AI for Planet. إذن الرحلة إلى الكواكب.
Добрый день, уважаемые слушатели и зрители. С вами в эфире подкаст
المشاهدون مجدو AI for Planet. هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي لكوكبنا. هذا كيريل توكو ولينا تيخنا. نحن اليوم نشتغل في المؤتمر الرئيسي الخاص للذكاء الاصطناعي. الرحلة إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي يشارك فيه علماء ورجال الأعمال، ويتم مناقشة التقنيات التي تتطور سريعا. هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي كما شاهدتم هو داخل حياتنا لكل إنسان. في مركز موسكو هناك يوجد الروبوتات التي تواصل، يوجد لدينا
наши расходы и предлагают варианты оптимизации личного бюджета.
Ну а новостная лента в соцсетях составляет для нас подборку интересных нам событий, а реклама в интернете знает все наши интересы и даже предугадывает желания.
Технологии искусственного интеллекта не только плотно обосновались в настоящем, но уже сегодня заботятся о нашем будущем. Искусственный интеллект стал инструментом для достижения целей устойчивого развития и помогает нам сохранить нашу планету. Отсюда и название трека AI for Planet.
Вместе с вами и нашими гостями мы сегодня заглянем в будущее. Каждый участник поделится своей экспертизой в сфере применения искусственного интеллекта, расскажет о его перспективах, ну а мы вместе посмотрим на это сквозь призму устойчивого развития.
Согласно исследованию журнала Nature, искусственный интеллект может содействовать выполнению 79% целей устойчивого развития. А большинство руководителей частного и государственного секторов, отвечающих в своих компаниях за инициативы в области устойчивого развития или изменений климата, также считают, что технологии являются важным инструментом в борьбе с климатическими проблемами.
Важно предвидеть потенциальные последствия изменения климата и принимать меры для их смягчения до того, как они произойдут. Это необходимо для обеспечения безопасности общества и защиты наиболее уязвимых слоев населения. И именно искусственный интеллект может стать тем инструментом, который необходим для принятия правильных решений.
С нами в студии сегодня Семен Буденный, управляющий директор, начальник управления развития перспективных технологий искусственного интеллекта Сбера, научный консультант Института искусственного интеллекта. Семен, передаем вам слово.
Элина и Кирилл, спасибо большое. Позвольте представиться, меня зовут Семен, и сегодня я постараюсь раскрыть очень большую тему, но постараюсь осветить ее в призме нескольких примеров того, что делается на стыке искусственного интеллекта и достижения целей устойчивого развития, но преимущественно мы будем говорить про то, как специалисты AI видят возможности в решении задачи ESG, и, соответственно, постараюсь привести несколько примеров. Вообще, когда рассматривается тандем AI и ESG, обычно всегда нужно себя поставить сначала на место AI-специалистов, потом на место ESG-специалистов и посмотреть на каждую из сторон в отдельности. И если мы говорим про технологию AI, то она уже сейчас находит свое применение в решении разных задач, начиная от задач климата, заканчивая задачами сортировки мусора. Если говорить про ESG-комьюнити, то специалисты смотрят на AI-технологию как технологию, которая требует оптимизации вычислительных ресурсов. И на стыке этих двух больших междисциплинарных областей знаний зарождается много прекрасных, интересных возможностей. Приведу несколько примеров, как и обещал. Давайте рассмотрим такой тренд, как применение AI в задачах соответственно, предпринимаются различные меры по тому, как этих особей поддерживать. Самое интересное, что в приложении к биоразнообразию сами специалисты в области AI, они находятся в таком тренде, как Bio-inspired AI или Nature-inspired AI. Оказывается, что сейчас зарождается очень интересный тренд на то, как подсмотреть законы природы живых систем и использовать их в технологиях AI. Если раньше модели преимущественно обучались, и задачей являлась увеличивать количество нейронов, увеличивать количество параметров, особенно это касается LLM-моделей, делать такие большие, достаточно крупные модели, которые требуют большие вычислительные ресурсы, и увеличивая количество параметров этих моделей, они приобретали такой эмергентный характер. В частности, у LLM-модели эмергентностью может являться возможность переводить с одного языка на другой, хотя ранее модель на этом не обучалась. Но стало очевидно, что эти модели тяжелые, и поддерживать и не только обучение, но и инференс, то есть вывод эксплуатации этих моделей достаточно энергопотребляемый, то есть он достаточно много вычислений требует. Возникла необходимость к оптимизации, и начал зарождаться тренд мультиагентных систем, который говорит о следующем, что, может быть, мы будем брать несколько более мелких моделей и определенным образом их оркестрируя, мы можем добиваться ответов этого ансамбля моделей ничем не хуже, чем ответы каких-то больших языковых моделей. И зарождается тренд, который на самом деле, исток которого находится еще в прошлом, то есть это сейчас он только усиливается, это тренд на Swarm Intelligence, нейроевой искусственный интеллект, и фактически математики и ученые в области искусственного интеллекта пытаются посмотреть, как живые особи в стаях самоорганизуются, по каким принципам, есть определенная математика, которая эти принципы описывает, как эти принципы применить на то, чтобы оркестрировать мультиагентные системы. Это хороший пример того, когда искусственный интеллект, решая конкретные задачи повестки ESG, в частности биоразнообразия, сам является, так сказать, находит вдохновение у самой природы. Там красивая математика, интересные направления развиваются, как в Сбере это направление активно развивается, так и, в частности, в институте Эйри это направление развивается. Трек — это все,
multi-agency systems. And then another track, the energy transition. How do you use AI to decarbonize, to lower carbon footprint? A broad range of issues is being addressed by our experts here. Specifically, we have been actively developing synthesis of new materials And it appears that on the juncture between quantum chemistry, quantum physics, and AI, you can train large models that are not only solving direct tasks, creating materials. Reverse is also true. When we need to rationalize photovoltaic performance, we can set up an array of atoms and rationalize them in the space. Very active trend in the world. This is performing as a boosting, and the acceleration is in the orders of magnitude, because if you are honest, the quantum physics for complicated systems requires a lot of time for computing, and AI accelerates that. We have a lot of good examples here, and at the AI Journey conference, we're going to look at these examples in detail. Our community has been publishing a lot on the subject, but this treatment of energy transition is not really direct, it's more oblique. But if you look at AI implementations, applications in various aspects of energy transition, on the whole, a lot of impact has been arising. Also, the more experts we get at the juncture, at the nexus between AI and ESG, the more chances we have to see these developments implemented in industry. On the one hand, the technology, when it arises, has value, but it is quite obvious that over 90% of resources is consumed by actual development, not just research, but development. And despite this, energy-hungry solution is really resource-consuming, our experts have been showing good progress here. Another application in AI for ESG is describing certain climatic phenomena. For instance, we have a good project together with AI Center of the Far Eastern University of Russia. That's a project that forecasts the dynamic of cyclones, their origins and their trajectory. It's a complicated job, because the phenomenon of the cyclones is essentially a deterministic chaos. There's hypersensitivity with a starting condition. We just can't predict the weather several days in advance, not because we've got weak models, but because we've got weak conditions, because sensitivity is great for them. In several iterations over time, the scenarios can change. If the beginning condition can change 0.001%, that's just one issue here. There are many more undercurrents, many more pitfalls here, but computer vision and predictive technologies can use spatial photography to detect the origins of cyclones and do all the rest that we need to do. Precision has been increasing, and the horizon of time for predictions can be increasing as well. Why do we need this? Apparently, if we can forecast the risks, physical risks we are talking here, we can mitigate those risks in advance. We can allay the consequences. Cyclones are frequent, not just in the Far East. Cyclones happen worldwide pretty frequently, and the scientific community is seeing great relevance in good descriptions and in good predictions for cyclones. That's another example of things that we have been successfully going about. And we're actually having an agreement with the Russian Emercom that this model that we developed with the Far Eastern University AI Center will be actually used to work with the cyclones in the Far East. Another example here, a good example of what we can do at the juncture of AI and ESG, is something that I mentioned at the outset of my speech. I said that it's often useful to put yourself in the shoes of an ESG expert and look at AI for optimization. One of the reasonable objections was the resources. AI is energy intensive. Last year, we created an open library to train, to track CO2.
хорошим мерилом для
Our research showed that this metric is a good touchstone for efficiency. AI, AI community, DS community, usually compares a model to a certain benchmark, and the entire community is really competing versus a certain benchmark. Narrowly speaking, this metric appears to be a sort of state-of-the-art. But if you add the energy efficiency to this, then you can look at the model from a slightly different viewpoint. You can look at the incremental precision improvement, how much 1% of a precision increase costs in energy efficiency, specifically with CO2 emission. We did this. That was a model that proved pretty popular, about 15,000 downloads worldwide. It is pretty pleasant for us that this model has been gaining popularity, but tracking for the sake of tracking, is probably not what does the trick for us in sustainable development. So we optimized, we made it an open source model so that all the community can use it. And this is a forecast, an eco-forecast model that can use cloud computing when we launch large models in the clouds. It can dissect the training across several physical servers in different regions in a way that, over the course of training, the energy efficiency is actually optimal in terms of CO2 emission. It is famous that to generate 1 megawatt of energy, the emissions constitute between 100 and 500 kilograms of CO2. And if we look at various regions and their computing clusters, with knowing, say, 24 hours in advance what CO2 capability is going to be, and it does depend on the time, we can split around the regions with CO2 becoming the lowest. And it appears that we can actually rationalize about 90% of CO2 emissions in the course of training. Obviously, not every model can be run in parallels during training, but some bits of engineering jobs, hyperparameter optimization, those things can be run in parallel across geographically diverse regions. We did this model, eco-forecast, and here again we came a little bit closer to optimization. We have developed large AI models with concern for energy efficiency, and we have been developing the ecosystem of such libraries while making them open sourced. And hopefully this is going to give us some synergy effect. And perhaps the last example here, we developed this together with an AI lab of our ESG directorate. It was a pretty simple library, but very important. It allows us to identify the ESG risk based on a certain text. A very important job this was, because very often we get the need to process colossal volumes of text. That can be text on companies reporting ESG, on ESG performance. It might be some kind of a news digest, some kind of a public domain information. And it's very important to be able to identify this text for ESG risks inherent in it and identify the class of that. We obviously have three kinds of risk: environmental, social, and governance risks. But then there are further levels of classification. So we did an NLP model based on this architecture. We filed an article and we made the library, again, open sourced. Anyone willing can use this worldwide, integrate this library into business processes of the company, or perhaps in the daily routines, just day-to-day routines. Again, this is a tradition with us, doing things on an open-source basis, not just for AI professionals, but for ESG professionals as well. We would like these libraries used, and hopefully we can produce some kind of a good effect for that. Now, in summation, I only cited several examples of things happening at the juncture of ESG and AI. Perhaps three things in summation.
First of all, AI and ESG combination is still emerging.
and the experts that know both areas are not that many. It's not a red ocean, really. It's a green field. And obviously, it would be great that this topic continues to be on top of the agenda, because the ESG has quite a wide agenda. It's very important to say that now we're living in the generative AI era. We used to live in the weak AI era, but now the strong AI, generative AI, can create new knowledge and resolve multimodal modular tasks. Now, the potential of implementing the models in the ESG tasks, as well as the achieving the ESG goals, is, I subjectively think, still there. There's still a lot of room for improvement. LLM models, transformer-based LLM models, or even more complicated generative structures could be applied, and I think that's a great growth point. The third point is that the advantages, especially in terms of the environment protection, is serviced by AI, by describing the physical world and some difficult natural events, and the stats have to be in line with the physics of the processes, and here it's very important to attract experts from various fields, like physicists and theorists, climate experts. AI and ESG are interdisciplinary knowledge, but the combination of these two areas that need more diverse experts, and we need to create more hybrid approaches. We need to make sure that data science works together with physics and the physical principles, and this is a very good emerging trend that is popular among the physicists and the scientists, data and the ESG communities. Now, summing up with these 3 points, I would like to say that this AI and ESG tandem is a great opportunity for synergy for the development of these science and achieving sustainable development. Next, reports will provide you more details on the topic. I hope that you will find something useful for yourself, and I hope that our community will grow. Our ESG AI community will grow, and we will make you happy with all the new presentations and reports. And while always keeping sustainable development goals in line. Kirill, Elena, the floor is yours.
Спасибо, Семен. Абсолютно солидарны и надеемся,
Thank you, Semyon. I hope that our video cast will inspire the leaders to create new things. The synergy of ESG and AI. Now we're having Vladimir Vanovsky from Skoltech MIPT. Vladimir, nice to meet you here. Hello. So you are the head of the research group for the applied artificial intelligence, applied AI. How can it monitor the climate change and control these processes? This building the climate models. What are the best practices here? Something I can talk about, that's true. This is one of the focus areas of our center, modeling with AI for the complicated natural mechanisms of nature, and there is a big layer of research that goes back from 17th century. Benjamin Franklin, who was a mathematician and physician, he was making first forecasts. Then some Americans modeled
the weather in a way. There was the team from the nuclear project, and then dozens of petaflops are used to model climate and weather. And AI is needed here, first of all, because the physical models, they have their limitations. They're very expensive compute-wise, costly compute-wise. So we can accelerate these models, and the majority of our solutions is focused on that. If you're interested, I can tell you the details on the applications. Maybe there is some showcase application, because these models, they become more energy hungry, they become more complicated. But where is AI here? How can it help to make it more efficient or quicker? Yeah, there is a weather regional forecasting model. This is the model that is used in Russia by Yandex and the meteorological agency, but it is very complicated. And if we increase the tenfold resolution, we should have more than 1,000 clusters, and one cluster is like a couple of dozens of kilometers. So the resolution, as the resolution grows, the complex nature of the model grows. So if we want to look at the urban quarter with like 2-3 kilometers wide, we can't use the simple model. We will need to take the weather forecast in one resolution and transfer it to the weather forecast in another solution that would, at the same time, have some physics, maintain the physics of the high resolution, so that it's not just an interpolation. Another idea is that all complicated models, they have the parameterization in them. So it's very hard to calculate the turbulence. The turbulence can be translated into from several microns and until several hundreds of kilometers. If you talk about like cyclones, for example. And AI is the kind of an approximation solution. So it really is. It really aligns with these parameterizations, and you can calculate in a more efficient way. Now, parameterization of the solar radiation, that's a very energy-hungry part of the model of the weather forecasting model, but it is possible to make it more efficient. I would like to move it back to the more applicable, more understandable level. We know that there are two major global climate threats. Melting ice in the Arctic and the ozone layer. Now, this melting ice is affecting the agriculture and many other things. Your models, what do they show in terms of melting ice in the Arctic? Well, that's great. We are in Russia, so the ozone layer is working pretty well, unlike in Australia, for example. But the ice is very important for us, and it's not only a climate challenge; it is a set of opportunities. If you look at the example, and this photo, March, it's taken in March. The volume of ice is maximum, and you can see that the white ice is the thick ice, and look at how it diminished. The Arctic is still full of ice, but it's thin one-year ice. And many scientists believe that the surface of this thin ice will decrease as well, and maybe in summer, in some parts of Arctic, there will be no ice whatsoever. And that's a major climate change, because many animals, they are accustomed to the fact that the ice is everywhere, but now they will have to travel to other regions to find this ice. Now, the Northern Seaway, the new Northern Seaway that is opening, that is emerging. Quite a lot of cargo can be delivered from China to Europe, or from, for example, Japan from Europe. It will be able to decrease the logistical costs by 1.5-fold, and obviously that will also drive down the CO2 emissions, as well as the transportation company costs. Now, if you look at the other slide, this is what we do in terms of the trying to fine-tune our expectations. In terms of, like, we are forecasting in the Arctic. We're using sat images for the forecasting. On the right-hand side, you see the forecast with the classical quantitative methods, and the ships can get stuck in the ice if they don't have the relevant information. They might go to this. They might find out themselves in the ice field, so to speak, and they will have to be stuck there for like 6 months if there is no icebreaker around. Now, how do you actually address that challenge so that the cargo is delivered on time? Well, you need to ensure the good forecasting so that you can plan the icebreaker and ship schedules properly. Now, the permafrost that is melting, do you look at that with your applied AI solutions? Well, yes, that's some people think it's an exotic problem, but not many people know that 2/3 of the area of Russia, if you look at the slide, by the way, that really shows you everything, it is related in that way or another to permafrost. And many buildings, many factories and mines, and sometimes even towns, they are being erected on the permafrost, which gives certain density, obviously. Obviously, when it melts, the buildings start to crumble, as you can see it on the photo, and that means economic risks that are quite high. The environmental risks are very high, because if you look at some oil storage factory that will go to Earth, well, nothing good will happen from that. So the solution that is used, and the team that is used for permafrost melting forecasts is working for Sber as well. A very kind of a newbie question about permafrost. Can we control that without thousands of sensors? To create a center for monitoring of permafrost, you need to measure the temperature across the buildings. I mean, you have a huge country, is more than 60% of the country is within the permafrost areas. So how can you put all these sensors there? But is it only sensors that can work? Can we use AI not to do that? But we need sensors and the people who are going to maintain them. That's a great question, Kirill. Thank you very much. We do need sensors. They are important. As a physicist, I can say that experimental data really crowns any efforts in physics. There's a lot of theory that is built around the theory of data. A theory of Kudryavtsev is used for the permafrost forecasting. If you have characteristics characteristics of permafrost in this or that region, like there's some permafrost map. You can model how this map is going to evolve, season-related evolution, and will be taken into account, and obviously you can model that. Now, there are some attributes. If you talk about AI and ML, the best thing there is that we have a huge number of indirect attributes, like we're looking at the plants, we're looking at the temperature of the surfaces. If you load all that and use some deep convolutional network to look into that, it can give you a pretty good predictor for the permafrost. Now, some general questions. What other climate challenges your applied AI center addresses? And what are the challenges that you define and monitor, which is maybe even more important? Yeah, well, I talk about another thing that is quite controversial. Global warming. And, like, there were many periods like that of global warming. But how does it affect people? And the climatic risks like earthquakes that should not really depend that much on the warming, on the global warming, or maybe some fires, some floods, extreme temperatures. All of the cases like that increased manifold, natural disaster cases, and the risks increased manifold. 50 years ago, we were living in this quiet time, but now the climate is being disrupted, and this is why we hear a lot about the floods, about the fires, not because the news are ubiquitous now, no, because the cases like that increased in their numbers. 50 years ago, there were the first satellites that were sent to space to monitor that and to monitor the earthquakes, for example. The earthquakes have been monitored for a long time, but the frequency of these events increased dramatically, and in our center we forecast a lot of risks like that. We are doing it for Sberbank. We also had some partnership with the Russian Ministry of Emergencies. So there is a task to forecast these risks. Monitoring, not forecasting, monitoring. Like we had a flood or a fire. We have to understand what is the area that has been affected, how much forest was burned, how many buildings were affected. It is now done with AI. And if you use the quantitative selection, then you can process that automatically, and you can make the life of the people who analyze the consequences and forecast them much easier. Another interesting and promising topic is fire forecasting. We have a lot of fires, a lot of forests in Russia with fire hazard. So we need to understand how to extinguish the fire in these forests and how to address the ramifications of this fire. So we use a lot of predictors, like the temperature in the plants, to predict the fire. And these predictors can be determined through the sat images, and then you can predict where the fire will actually start. But if the fire has started already, we can predict how can it spread, given the wind, given all the other indicators. And this is the picture that shows you how it spreads with the counters, that shows you how it was spreading on the third day, and actually the model is pretty good. It helps you to show you the spread of the fire.
If we talk about other things that we have been doing, they are more about environment. That was just my next question. These models can be used to study all kinds of things, pollution, air pollution, all kinds of emissions. It should be potentially in great demand on the part of the business or the government. These are good words, actually. We're also looking for great demand on the part of the business and the government. We have been starting to fight emissions with much greater activity. Legislation has been emerging, and the businesses have this problem in hand. They need to control emissions so as not to face pretty stringent fines from the regulator. But you can't put a sensor on every pipe. How do you control the emissions if you're an outfit? You can do this indirectly. We proposed this technology. We actually implemented it. Say, around a factory, there are certain emissions monitoring stations in the center of the city, and they are detecting elevated concentrations. We can also model the wind maps. We can plot the wind directions, and emissions really spread with the wind. And the third picture on the left, this is the reverse trajectory. We can model the reverse trajectory, and from every source that stated certain emission, we can model, and we can also model from the station that did not state any emission. This is really reminding us about the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle about the dog that did not bark. If the station did not confirm any emission, this is also information. So we unite all this information and we gain pretty accurate picture of the direction of the emission and the amount of it. We can actually state what emissions happen and where, and this information is either necessary for the outfit to eliminate the emissions in good time, or the regulator needs this information to mete out the fines in good time. Well, hopefully we do not end up with the fines. We need lower emissions and not more fines. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Vladimir, for your insights. Well, the main conclusion, perhaps, is AI technology has been giving us colossal effect, helping us to preserve the planet and deliver on the sustainable development goals. And the next topic, we're going to look in greater detail into a highly relevant issue of energy transition. The first thing to say, AI is relevant. Elena, have you heard about energy transition? You will not believe it. Probably everyone has. Just to give you a reference, energy transition gives you about 100,000 hits in the search engine. Clean energy is probably going to give you much fewer. Okay, stay with us. Small music break, and the music was written by artificial intelligence. Synformer Neural Network by Sber, obviously.
Мы продолжаем нашу дискуссию в эфире.
We are continuing our discussion. This is the AI for Planet podcast. Elena Tikhonova and Kirill Tokarev are the hosts. Climate change is forcing humans to abandon traditional energy sources, traditional fuels, look for replacement, look for renewable energy sources like solar, wind, water, and others. According to the International Renewable Energy Sources Agency, by the end of 2022, the worldwide generating capacity renewable capacity stood at 3,322 gigawatts, with the annual gain of about 10%. And the share of renewables in the overall energy capacity worldwide has increased from 38.3% to 40.2%. Mankind really does need to learn not just to extract energy without harming the energy, but to use it efficiently. And about how artificial intelligence has been helping us with the efficiencies, we're going to hear from Irina Gaida, Deputy Director on the Project Center for Energy Transition in Skoltech. Irina, welcome. Also, Senior Tutor, also in Skoltech, Oleg Khamisov. Friends, just to be clear on the notions, energy transition, just to be sure that we are talking about the same thing. In the opinion of the expert community, what is energy transition? How has the notion been changing over time? Energy transition. Well, yes, energy transition is a sizable change in the structure of capacity, primarily the primary energy generation. This is not the first energy transition that we are having in the history of mankind. We have been abandoning firewood, transitioning to coal, and subsequently to oil and gas, and right now, for the first time, in history, we are talking other energy sources. What sets this transition apart from the previous ones, it used to be about, the motives used to be about using new technologies and economies, the economic benefits. The transition to low-carbon energies, that is more about shrinking the anthropogenic influence on climate. Well, the new technology is also having a hand here. Well, yes. Yeah, but let's touch upon that when we talk about AI here. Well, yes, Oleg. Well, if you talk about the new technologies, and energy transition is, it's about, the emergence of renewables, accumulation systems, and ICT developments, for instance. One of the areas to apply AI is this disaggregation of workload, of capacity. For instance, I've got a house, I've got this meter, flow meter. It is right there at the entrance, 50 hertz. That's the sinus curve. If you look at the data, if we apply the ML algorithm, if I have the iron on, fridge, and perhaps something else, if I forget, having left the house, if I forget whether I left the iron on, I can actually have a look. But then if you look at the, say, natural resource deposits, we have a gas turbine facility. We can use the algorithm to say, not just to say whether it's on or off. Perhaps some facility is using more power or less power, and before it actually breaks down, we can identify something wrong happening to a certain manufacturing system. I think we have dived pretty deep pretty early. Let's step back a little bit. Energy transition is about all the energy capacity worldwide. It's about everything. It's about generation, it's about storage, it's about analysis, pretty much everything. Exactly. And AI can be applied everywhere, across the board. What Oleg has mentioned, that's working on two components. Higher efficiency of, say, manufacturing, and higher accuracy in, say, predicting demand. But these are pretty expensive things, because if we talk about decarbonizing, shrinking the carbon footprint, a lot of things happen due to breakdowns, due to peaks, when we need to put several things on, the dirty coal mines, dirty coal firing power plants. And here the artificial intelligence is about managing effectively and efficiently, and it's about managing demand, generation and demand. And generative models can help with changing behavioral characteristics, both on the part of individuals. Well, yeah, why don't we start with the individuals? Why don't we start with the individuals in sorting out this pretty multifactor model? How can AI change my behavior, my energy consumption behavior? Because, I'm aware, I'm woke. What can I change? I'll say the model that Oleg mentioned is going to tell you when you have the peaks, and by informing you, the consumer, that you have the peaks, a toaster, a kettle, and something else. Yeah. Do not use the toaster and kettle all at the same time. Yeah. Because that is pretty harmful, because it's going to make us use a coal-firing power plant. Yeah. In actual fact, this behavioral model factor can be used pretty much everywhere. It's about the routes that we choose. It's about the transportation modes that we use. And if the models can show us the lower carbon routes, so why not? Responsible consumers are going to use them. Like, why don't we actually walk the chain? Generation, grid, consumer, private, corporate. What if we win-win-win across the chain for all the factors? What can AI do for us across this chain? How do we generate additional value with AI all across the board? Well, what you said is about the smart grids. If we talk about the conventional grid, I'm the consumer, I buy energy, I don't have the options. But if we talk about this communication between the grid and the consumer, two-way communication, then we have the space for rationalization. As Ira said, at the peaks, we need to fire inefficient, pretty dirty coal-firing power plants. And if I'm the consumer, I can lower demand over X number of hours, and I get a discount, or I gain income, and that allows us to lower the use of inefficient and dirty generation. And the actual fact of predicting the peak can also be achieved using AI. If we understand that we are in for a spell of hot weather or dry weather, and if we can expect then the hydropower generation is going to fall, if we use that in advance, we can redistribute, we can bring additional capacity online, a lower carbon additional capacity, without thinking at the last moment, why don't we run the diesel generators on, Tesla vehicles? Yeah, going back to the communication two-way communication between the generators and consumers, can we perhaps talk about additional generation capabilities? Yes, consumers, until a certain volume of consumption, until reaching a certain level, consumers can actually bring capacity back to the grid. And as the first step, it is about actually running the figures. Say, I want to install the solar panels. What is the recoupment period over a 10-year horizon? It's not clear what tariffs are going to be over the period of 10 years. It's a stochastic process. A granny consumer will not really want to run the figures and learn sophisticated algebra. We can use AI to help her with that. It's also as important, perhaps, to use AI for another effect. Neural networks are pretty energy-consuming, and they are pretty energy-consuming assets, let's call them that. We're about 3 to 4% of global energy consumption is going to be accounted for by neural networks, and it is about where we're going to get the generation necessary for neural networks. Energy transition is more about decarbonization. How can we decarbonize using AI? Well, that's about planning. If we plan 10, 20, 30 years out, how do we want the energy grid to look like? How do we bring solar generation into it, etc., etc.? That's a job with a lot of random parameters. We can predict the consumption, but what is the accuracy of this prediction, we can never tell. If the climate stays more or less the same over the next 10, 20 years, we can predict the wind patterns, but again, these are pretty random variables, and it's a pretty long heuristic job where determined methods fall pretty short, or they're going to be not precise enough. And with machine learning, it's much better accuracy, or perhaps combinations of machine learning and scientific models would be much better. Actually, even this level of prediction is a big job that has not been resolved so far. The quality of prediction will determine the quality of decisions, political decisions, also on the level of worldwide climate agreements. If we put aside the use of AI and ML for a while, on the efficiency increases, globally, we are still about using the non-renewables. We are still using the good old coal, oil, and sometimes actually firewood, the notorious firewood. Has AI been helping to transition to new generation? Perhaps you've got new graphic examples. You can run the figures, but that's more about efficiencies, effectiveness. AI may have helped with the new models. It may have helped with new spots for placing windmills. But what about the new generation capacity? For pretty much all the cases that you mentioned, and this is another mainstream, actually, the departure from coal and all the other transitions have been less than quick. And the main concern of the people that are into all these climate things, the main concern is that the energy system that we need to prevent the catastrophic climate change, energy is very, very inert. It's very difficult to change it quickly. And the role of artificial intelligence is to accelerate the creation of everything, be it technologies, be it materials, be it new models. It's about the acceleration. Examples? We've been using all kinds of things, including AI, to develop new electrochemical storage instruments, materials that help to overcome the main predicaments, the expense, the capacity, the storage capacity. Pretty much across the board, we need new materials that will be lighter, that will be better quality, and the AI models, in general, the computer models help to find these models, and this is a great promising area to apply AI here. Is artificial intelligence technology capable using prediction, capable of making energy more accessible? Energy transition is well and good, but then there are Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and I think it's the seventh goal that is about the accessibility and availability of energy for consumers. If we are using inefficient use of fuel, of energy, if we prevent breakdowns, we make energy cheaper. AI is resolving all these. If we have less capacities spinning on idle, if it's just one turbine that's active and two are barely working, energy is cheaper. If we can abandon this spending with better prediction, that's a lot of savings, and that translates into this affordability and accessibility of energy. That's what energy transition is also about. Yes, you wanted to say something. Yeah, if we decrease the standby capacity spinning on idle, that is well studied because we need to respond to any changes on the grid pretty quickly. And AI, one of its objectives is we have this time series on frequency or on something else. It's not just about neural network using it to give us certain insights. It's about combinations. Yeah, differential equations, yes. And it's not just restoring the whole series, it's a continuous function over time. It's about a certain parameter. How much time do we need for the turbine to react to steam volume changing? And this combination with the models, pretty much off-the-shelf models, AI is going to give good results.
Moving to energy transition. What are the trends right now in energy transition? Do you see right now in Russia and globally? And what are the trends that are going to emerge and even strengthen on the back of the AI? Well, I think I'll start. And obviously the energy transition that just several years ago was driven, first of all, by the financial sector and regulators, partly. Now, in many parts of the world, it is driven by the regulator, mainly Inflation Reduction Act in the US that encourages the localization of the production of the renewable facilities and the development of EVs, and the European regulation was also driven on the backbone of the energy crisis that Europe is facing right now, and we are looking at similar regulatory measures on the developing markets, China, India, Saudi Arabia, Russia. Also is driven to the climate projects and the carbon market by the regulator. Now, that's the first message. The second message is that obviously amid high volatility on energy prices, those energy transition costs that increase your energy security. I mean, if you have some local generation, is one of the ways to ramp up your energy security, is obviously something that's going on top of the agenda, and here the renewable energy is one of the topics. I mean, it's good to have at least some energy from wind than no energy because it's too expensive. At the same time, we see a reverse trend. Even the greenest countries sometimes decide that we should use coal for energy generation. So these are the two ideas that I wanted to share. And I would like to add that trend-wise, the Arctic area development is one of the topics. Bringing diesel fuel there is very expensive. You have to develop that. Either you pay a lot for diesel fuel, or you develop something local, like a small power nuclear power plant. Yeah, like they use drones to deliver batteries there, as one energy engineer was telling me. Yeah, but actually, the wind generation, for example, like how AI helps to select the right materials, creating the petals of the wind turbine. It depends on the material, on the environment. Like if it's too cold, you have to select the proper material. How to make sure that this turbine works in very cold environments, and this is where AI in materials is taking place. Yes, I've read that algorithms were used for calculating the metal alloys that should be used for the petals for the wind turbines. Yeah, and one of the other renewable energy areas of development is like creating tailored solutions like solar panels that can be installed vertically or in shadowed places, or small wind renewable energy plants that can be installed on your balcony. You know, all of these areas, they require quick development, and quick means AI-driven. Friends, to sum it up, I think you have a lot of work to optimize our future and the future of our children, and obviously energy transition is an important part of that work. The energy transition and transition to the renewables, to more efficient market management methods, and like energy market management methods using AI. Do you think AI here is safe because there are natural disasters, climate disasters, or it's just a part of a very long chain that we have to address? It looks quite visionary, but that's our task to make this energy transition and connect ends here. If you put these questions to climate experts, they will say that we will have to run much faster than the majority of national governments run with, and many big corporations are not that quick, and we're not very coordinated, by the way, because we shy away from the fossil fuel production. At the same time, we do not invest that much in low carbon emission and energy, environmentally friendly energy sources, so we're kind of lagging behind the goals that are put behind by the scientists. At the same time, every 0.5 degrees matter. And we have technologies, we have the resources, and AI is about a more efficient use of the things that we have already, and we have to leverage that, obviously. Thank you. What do you think about that? I'd like to say that the energy grids are interconnected. If our generator in Asia had some failure, we will feel that in Moscow. So there are different thermodynamics and energy grid science problems, and here AI really is the thing to take advantage of, because we can find not only like one solution, we select several solutions, combine them together, and mathematical modeling is really a green field. And I think taking advantage of AI amid energy transition will be a great thing, and we'll have to step up our efforts in AI. Thank you very much. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, Oleg. I think that we have discussed a broad range of topics. We hope that AI will help us to energy transition in terms of energy. And we have the Symformer generated musical pause. And then we're going to discuss how can we use AI to save the coral reefs that we have mentioned before. And these are the fragile things. Stay tuned.
Продолжаем наш эфир, переходим к следующей теме.
We are continuing, going to the next topic. Unfortunately, climate change is not the only human-made problem. UN estimates that around 1 million species of plants and animals are now threatened, out of 8 million of them. AI can help to save that, and AI is now actively used to support the population of rare species. And our guests are going to expand on that. Oleg Artyugin, the executive director of the section AI for the Society of SBIR, Maria Solovyova, and Severtsov Institute of Ecology and Evolution of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and Alexander Galanov, the first category engineer of the Federal State Budgetary Institution, All-Russian Research Institute of Forestry and Forestry Mechanization from Siberia. Hi, everyone. Hello. First question for you, Oleg. The shocking stats in the last 50 years, the number of wild animals globally decreased by 69%. That's absolutely shocking. What are the most relevant topics for saving biodiversity? As far as I understand, we have to face the biodiversity challenge right now as we speak. And what are the ML and AI solutions that help to save biodiversity? Actually, the decrease in population of wild animals is on top of the agenda, and we as ML engineers, we have been working in that field for quite a while. There is data scientists have been working there for quite a while. There's a low base effect because many ML technologies that are used in many other areas can give you some great effect here. Can add a lot of value for the researchers that work with that. For example, there's a lot of rare species, threatened species like Amur tigers. It's less than 1,000 of them anyway, and the gray whales and leopards and Black Sea dolphins and others. I think every continent has some species that are endangered, and at least they have to be protected, or I mean, at least they have to be monitored. And computer vision technologies can be used to calculate the number. The sound analysis technologies can be used, like the forest sound analysis, to understand what is the health status of every ecosystem. We're also talking about identification and detection of the animals to make the routine research work easier. We are now using detection and identification to work with the photo traps, and the photos that are being done by the researchers in Black Sea are used. Yes, obviously you can take a picture of every species, of every animal, and calculate that, but that will require a tremendous amount of work. But the photo identification is the best way to go. And now the researchers, they try to find the photos with the animal, and they do it manually, and they try to like recognize the specific animal. Like how can you distinguish one tiger from another, like by their face? The experts can do that, but the photo should be like really, so like there should be like a mugshot of a tiger. Yeah, well, then there are many nocturnal shots because well, tigers are active during the night, and this is how the researchers look like on the slide. They're very sad, obviously, and tired to find the photos that they need. We use the same photos to identify people, and we can make the same pictures so that the researchers can recognize animals. and actually not only recognize the tigers, but actually add their value, add their scientific value. So it is recognized, it should be recognized by the AI, and then it should be put in the interface that it will be user-friendly and the researchers will do their research work. So and you can actually count all the tigers like that. Well, it will help to automate what actually people do. So right now, basically, to put it in a nutshell, basically there's a PhD researcher in animal sciences, and he just sits there and just manually counts the number of stripes on the tiger. Well, yeah, it actually happens like that. Yeah, and we decided that this is the area that, although it's not our area, but of expertise, we think that it's a great that's a great thing to do, actually, to optimize the work of the scientists like that. And the data sets, the marked data for the training data set, that's the major goal, to make sure it's good. Yeah, I think I'll pop in with some questions here, sure. So when you calculate the animals, these are like tigers or leopards, these are like large animals. But what about small animals? Can AI recognize smaller animals and count them? Yeah, it's not the size that matters here. The machine can work with the spectra that people actually cannot see, cannot recognize. And we can talk about the cameras that work in the range that is wider than the human eye. And the size does not matter really here. The question is, how can we train the algorithm to recognize these animals? And then the question is to deliver the data regularly and process them properly. Yeah, but actually we have used a very specific example that yes, the animal population goes down, there's some migration. What are the other cases, like the cases that you can actually see and touch, that you can talk about? For example, the forest sound recording and analysis. There are 360 degrees mics in the forest, and you can actually, the machine can actually understand whether the forest is healthy or not. Or you can control the animals going to the approaching the people. For example, if a bear, for example, goes near the village, and actually that's a big problem with white polar bears. Currently, the white bears were just terrorizing some local populations. They were trying to hunt children, and for several years, this has been happening for several years right now, that these hungry bears are terrorizing the local population. Yeah, because the climate is changing, the length of the summer, the length of the winter is changing, and they need more ice. The time when the ice is not melting, they do not have enough time to feed on the fish. Yeah, understood. Now, data collection, obviously we need that. What are the other ways that we can affect positively the biodiversity? Well, you can talk about the forecasting models. Now, collecting data is something that you need to train the NN. When I talk about the forecasting model, we can use some up-to-date approaches to make the algorithms more complicated, more complex, to build ecosystem models. And obviously here we need the partnership between the experts and the ML experts and data scientists, and that will give the best result, really, because these are the competencies and skills that should be synergized together. Maybe we can do that right now, like your fantastic skill sets. Can we combine them? Let's say there's some species that we want to save a lot. Do you want a furry one? or not? Let's
Дальневосточные леопарды.
take Far Eastern leopards.
Вы нам поможете
Right.
их посчитать.
Far Eastern leopards, can you help to calculate them? Yeah, we can do that. And not just saying like it's like we have this number of leopards, but you can say it's of male or female, how old it is. Yeah, that's the question of the training set. We can take the parameters. I would guesstimate that actually the age can be correlated with how it looks. But I mean, obviously, there will be some difficulties for the machine to understand the exact age. Like we have some problems with identifying the age, sometimes. But if you can actually track the family and the relation. Maria, do you need this information? Oh, yeah, of course. We get that information from the photo traps if we make a monitoring story, Not just put in a photo trap for several years, but then you see some cubs that are being born, you know the age, you then monitor them until they become mature, you see what their age, you see when this leopards started to actually make babies as well. We have been using these photo traps for many years, and now we have the information about 4 generations of leopards. But then there's a PhD scientist who actually looks at that and counts. What is another approach like that? When can AI be used? And Alexander, as an expert on nature, as an expert in AI, how can AI be used there?
Well, that's obviously primary in any food chain. Without the plants, without the trees, without plankton, talking about the sea, you can't do without that. That's the basis. Again, if you go back to the leopards, the vegetation defines how the hooved animals, how well they feel, and how well these feel will define how well the leopards feel. And at the end of the day, it's all about, okay, we have a huge pool of information, we know the main migration routes, and then we need to use AI to understand what the zones are more important for these animals or those animals. We can't just close all Far Eastern Federal District and say you can't do any industrial activity here. We need to understand the hotspots, the most problematic areas, the most important areas for these animals. And here perhaps we need to add anthropogenic man-made activities. And we need to, zone, make better zones for the leopards, make better zones for the humans. Yes, and you can add the data from these space monitoring, aerial, and we're getting a huge map with multiple layers of information. Here we can do, we need to do this, there we need to do that. Fewer insects might actually cause a depletion in the population of leopards, but with a huge time lag. If you know the biological patterns, right now on Earth, there's pretty much every animal that is affected, unless humans set up certain conditions for that animal. And if we know the behaviors of animals, we can do all kinds of things. One animal, one bear wants to stake out his territory, scratching the bark on a certain tree, and another one will want to do less than that. You can run mathematical models on that. You can run all kinds of analysis on molecular genetics. Genetics is no longer about morphological idiosyncrasies. You can project DNA just to understand what's going to happen going further. And geographic barriers are brought down, why environmental niches are changing. All of these things are important, and the human factor is pretty difficult to describe. You know, the four of us don't know what we're going to be doing in 10 minutes. Well, hopefully in 10 minutes we're going to keep at it with the podcast, but you know, Marina, we have been drawing a hypothetical case, but what about successful examples that have been implemented? Well, look, when I came here, I actually wrote up a huge list of the things that have been accomplished, more or less, or things where specific concrete work has been in progress, and there's a wish list, and it's just a huge list. Actually, it is about 4 pages in, 5 minutes or 15 minutes of thinking. So I chose perhaps, a few very graphic stories. They're a bit more slanted towards marine mammals, just because I like those. Just we as scientists, without inviting AI experts, we have tinkered with some success in tracking. Walruses use floating ice to proliferate, etc. We spot them with planes, but they are noisy, and it's about flying pretty low so you can spot the animals before they disappear. Most of that is done still by humans. Humans are trying to count the individual walruses, seals, from the height of 200 meters. Yes, pretty difficult. Hard on the eyes. We've got the cameras, we've got infrared. And we have been training neural networks to spot the walruses on the floating ice. And then there are, bigger walruses, smaller seals, and you need to spot them on snow. We are actually using infrared imaging just as a backup, because we can't because we can't trust a neural network. Hopefully we can, because that will make it much cheaper and much simpler. Are you actually testing the neural network, or are you testing the human and the neural network? So you actually train the model, and now you're using it. Now you're testing it. Yeah, some of those pictures have the walruses, and then you get the confirming pictures that the neural network, saying that the neural network spotted the walruses right. What is the accuracy? Just a percent or two. How erroneous are humans? Well, humans are erroneous, and we are okay with that. What about the neural networks? Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. Well, why don't you use the old records? Yes, please come in and do that. There we go. There's one project that has just popped up. We've got photo imaging. That's for a tiger. Neural network can identify a tiger based on the image, still image. Yandex have this, ibises. Yandex did a project in one nature preserve. The neural network was able to do spotting. Actually, they've got a Telegram bot where you can upload a picture, and you're going to get the answer what animal that is. The neural network can determine about 10 species. And the imaging that we use looks about this way. The neural network must understand where is the seal and how it is different from a stone, a boulder.
например.
You know, a still camera does about a picture an hour. And then it's about the spotting. You know, our whales have scars, they've got spots, they've got stripes. This is a Greenland whale in the Sea of Охотsk. You know, these are different animals. They've got different spots on their tails. And we've got experts that know every individual whale out of a series of 100. You're talking bigger animals. What about the smaller species, you know, microscopic? I am prepared, all right. You know, we've got this project, pretty serious project. We've got various microorganisms. This is diatomic algae. That's a phytoplankton. That's a two-door house of sorts where this algae lives. And this is pretty unique on the right-hand side, on the gray background. They're all very different, and if you look at them through the microscope, you get a picture just as on the left. These are actually microscope-derived pictures. So you've got experts perusing the pictures, trying to classify these. I think this is a job very similar for the neuron, very much up to scratch for the neural network. Well, that's pretty similar for a capture. So this is not an issue at all. But right now, people sometimes are worse at capture than algorithms. You know, the classical capture is done quicker by an algorithm than by a human. So it takes... Why don't we do a capture with the diatomic algae? Do you have to become an expert in AI if you are a specialist in zoology? Well, dear AI experts, if you're listening to this podcast, please come. We've got reams of data, we've got reams of jobs, and I think we've got enough data that is required to train the neural networks. Well, here's another question that I think is very important for you, poachers. Do you think AI is going to be able to help against the poachers? I think algorithms can fight poachers if a still camera captures. You know, it's no longer a problem given the fact that biometric face identification is used on the underground. You know, some skins that are sold on Avito or on some markets, you can use our databases to spot the individual skins that are being sold by poachers. So in practice, artificial intelligence can help to fight poaching. Well, there is a law that is not in the domain of artificial intelligence, but in terms of AI, that looks solvable. Or perhaps enough on the fauna. Why don't we talk about flora? Forests, the lungs of the planet. What are the cutting-edge solutions in forestry and managing forests? And what information is being collected about the forests? And how are you helped here by artificial intelligence? Primarily in systematizing the data, because even if it's an XLSX table, millions of lines take time and skill and engineering solutions to process all of this information. It needs to be processed systematically. Information used to be collected traditionally. Some photo traps that were placed on trees, all kinds of sensors, all kinds of gauges. All these tools were designed, tens of years ago, decades ago. And you can still use them, but you need to adapt them to AI processing, because faults are pretty pretty high. How high is a tree? It takes standing 20 yards out, and if it's 19 or 25, data is imprecise. So it's no longer about the digital technology. It's about the adaptation of the data collection instruments. And second, we're actually developing the neural network technology that is getting better in processing the data. Remote probing of the Earth, replenishing the data that AI can already read. It's about structuring, it's about proving the structuring, it's about confirming the structures, and it's about deploying them in the field so you can get more precise data so that mathematical models can work with them with greater confidence, because, migration patterns of insects are pretty difficult to analyze, and we still fall short on technology that might predict those patterns, where we can get an outburst of a certain pest influx. Oleg, perhaps Alexander, you as an AI expert, why don't you go about solving the things that Alexander has mentioned? You need to understand how high a tree is. Is that all done manually? Well, that's a pretty difficult thing, but if you talk about the overall size, you can actually use a mobile phone app to understand the height. You can use very simple apps. How many logs do you have in a pile, for instance? You can calculate those logs automatically. That's no longer even customized. That's pretty typical. That's pretty much off-the-shelf technology. We need to understand the subject matter, because what AI runs up against is, there are random correlations in observation. Very often you can see migration patterns, and they can be correlated with the GDP of a country, but this is a random correlation. Or, there might be a correlation with a Nicolas Cage featuring movie, but the curve will need to be interpreted by some kind of a practitioner. Machine learning is getting democratized increasingly. There's all kinds of experts coming into the field. Domain experts are coming in for interpretation. All kinds of students are getting trained in artificial intelligence. You can run all kinds of hypotheses. You can verify all kinds of hypotheses in parallel. It's not just about one person understanding one thing on the nation. You can actually pull a whole community into the job. You can dissect one big problem into several hypotheses and start verifying them. And it's not a fact that the most believable hypothesis proves right, but these parallel research streams can identify very interesting things that you can invest more heavily into and bring in solid research institutions on board for broader and deeper research if you spot really good things. And that's perhaps relevant for all kinds of things. Availability of technology is such that you can bring a lot of people on the matter without having just one PhD peruse the data. Even graduates, even undergraduates can start doing good research with good added value. The demand appears to be very high. Why don't we try to predict some future here? Why don't we name a sphere where the role of AI and ML is going to be the most manifest in your area 5-10 years out? monitoring and improvement of forestry monitoring. And if you look at the most recent publications on AI in forestry, there's the probing. That's what our head office is doing in Yuma. That's improvement of these methods, and we need this knowledge pool so that we understand the condition of the forests better, so we understand cadastre better, and we need to bring all of this into monitoring. Thank you. Maria, your take on the role of AI in preserving biodiversity? Both your opinion and your dream. Well, I would like very much to see artificial intelligence. It's a means to an end, but I would like this dialogue to happen. I would like experts in AI, skilled in applying the talent, the technology, coming and actually solving the jobs that we put up for them. And as for the forecasts, I think we will be able to collect much more data, and we will be able to spot all kinds of distribution patterns, sea temperatures. There is technology that can assess the temperature of the sea 10, 100, 200 meters deep. And we would like to accumulate more data, because the more data layers we use to analyze the proverbial cheetah or seal, the better will be the patterns, the better will be the conclusions on the factors that affect that animal. Okay, and perhaps your summation. I would just like AI to benefit the people. And animals, yes. Because if we have this effect, a nerd comes in and says, you can do this simpler, you can do that simpler. People rejoice. And this feedback is great. That's just the positive feedback. That's the positive reinforcement for the engineers that write the code. And the question of creating the databases, the effective, voluntary, and friendly collaboration between the engineers and the bioscientists. The future is great, it's huge, and the capabilities are limitless. Thank you very much. Again, I'm again convinced that we do not really give merit to the planet that we live in. We are spending the resources equivalent to 1.6 times the resources that the planet has. We are a multidimensional system. Everything is connected, and this life cycle must be preserved at all costs. And right now we're going to be trying to look into the distant future and understand what weather is we're going to have by 2100.
А теперь о погоде. Что может нас ждать в этом году? Температура на нашей
We
планете
expect this year about where the global temperature will rise almost by 300 degrees Celsius. Glaciers are melting away. More than 3.5 billion people might face water shortages.
температура мирового
Global
океана
sea surface temperatures might increase by at least 3 degrees Celsius. More than half of marine species may stand on the brink of extinction. So 40 degrees Celsius will become a new normal for many countries in the summertime. Abnormal heat will raise the risks of fertile extinction, food shortages, threats to life and health.
до 30%.
Up to 30% of land animals could disappear.
И в завершение
And
выпуска
finally, some tips for travelers.
мы рекомендуем
We
отложить
recommend you postpone a trip to the Middle East,
температура там
the temperature will rise over 60 degrees in this region. There is a high risk of floods in South Asia and tropical Africa. And your umbrella and rubber boots won't really help you, unfortunately. We hope you had a chance to visit Maldives, as they are underwater now. In the European part of Russia, the air will be saturated with caustic smoke from forest fires. Be sure to take a face mask with you. The only place to go for a vacation is far north of Russia or Siberia. This may be the forecast for 2100 if humanity cannot slow down the climate change. We can slow it down thanks to a number of solutions, including AI-driven ones. They include renewable energy sources, closed-loop economy, green transportation, smart cities. The future of our planet depends on us.
Going
back to the studio, climate risks. According to the Russian Meteorological Agency, the temperature in Russia is rising 2 times quicker than globally. That means that in southern parts of Russia are experiencing more droughts. And since in Russia 2/3 of land is permafrost, and it creates marshlands really after it melts away, and satellite monitoring together with AI is something that might help here. How can it be used? Elena Petrulina, the head of the department, Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation. Irina, glad to see you here. And the data scientist Nikita Zakharenko from Sber, and head of the lab and a senior member of the lab in MIPT, Shirshov Institute of Oceanology, Russian Academy of Sciences. Hi everyone. Before going to the details, diving into details, I would like to talk about the climate risks that we put on top of the agenda. What are the main climate challenges and climate risks, and what are the technologies that help to detect and monitor them? Mikhail, can you start? I'll try. Now, the climate risks can be analyzed from different angles. One part, we have someone from the Ministry of Economic Development. From the point of view of Ministry of Economic Development, it's different. From the angle of the fundamental science, it is going to look very different. From a fundamental scientist view, we see it as a increasing of the frequency of all of the extreme natural disasters that we face, like how ocean and ocean surfaces interact with the planet. And if you look at the economy of Russia, that's a different point of view. And we can ask Irina about it, but I can suggest, I can think that going to the Arctic is going to be more intense because the ice season is becoming shorter. Apart from that, the permafrost is melting away at the same time. On the one hand, it's pretty good because we can explore our northern regions, but some of our towns are built on permafrost, so what are we going to do about that? And apart from that, in the last several decades, we see a shift of the climate zones to the north. Some species are actually migrating to the north, and that includes that really affects the health of our citizens. And we should ask the emergency ministry, how do they look at these risks, and the Ministry of Economic Development. Yeah, actually, Irina is here. What are the economic risks? Friends, I would not contradict the risk vision in terms of the science and in terms of the economy. These are the same risks. The question is about the relation to this risk and decision-making to make sure that these risks are offset or even prevented. So obviously the Ministry of Economic Development sees the current problem with the climate. I think it would be really weird to deny it, that there is a problem with climate. It is going to remain, it is going to continue emerging. We have a climate agenda on the level of the ministry and on the level of the government of Russia. We are working to this end to draft a strategy to address climate and climate-related economy risks. Climate doctrine has been adopted. It is fully based on the scientific research that has been recently drafted. And actually, science is the driving factor, the main driving factor here, if you talk about climate risks and their assessment. Now, if you talk about the Ministry of Economic Vision based on the scientific data, we look at it from two angles. On the one hand, we're talking about climate change, and we have to understand whether we can influence the climate change, maybe to put the climate warming on pause or to slow it down now. But the climate is changing anyway, and we have to adapt to that, and the economy has to be adapted to that, starting from the minimal things, starting from the municipal level, going to the national level. So we're looking at adaptation measures. What do we need to do to make sure the economy does not suffer from it, or maybe even benefit from that? So our task in these two areas is something that we do. Mitigation, this is something we are talking about. How do you look at the climate change and adaptation to the climate change? And technology, how does it help you in these tasks? Because, well, risks are opportunities on the one hand, but modern technologies, including AI, that we are discussing extensively during this conference, how does that help the ministry, your colleagues? I think the major trend of the government of Russia is to digitize the processes, and we are quite active in this area. According to the decree of the president, we are implementing a very important investment project on a national level. Is the monitoring of the climate-active substances. What is climate-active substances? These are the chemical substances that influence the greenhouse effect in this way or another, and that triggers the climate change. To understand what happens with them, you have to monitor them. Now, the Ministry of Nature, the Russian Meteorological Agency, a lot of other organizations, private and state ones, were working on that. But our task right now, as part of this very important state-of-the-art project, we need to get the climate model in a great resolution to the extent it's possible. But I understand that Mikhail has a different view on that. But anyway, this task, as part of our consortiums, is going to be resolved, addressed. I have 6 of them. These are like purely scientific consortiums with 42 organizations. So the entire Beaumont of the climate science in Russia are actually gathered there, and they resolve this task. What we monitor, how we do it, with what, how do we aggregate this data. And we recently asked, how much data do we have as part of the cadastral activity? More than 10,000 data types that we actually gather and collect and process. Obviously, we need to put AI there to make sure that we can forecast properly, and this is important for us. And in terms of the economy, the Ministry of Economic Development of Russia, we want a model, a good digital model to forecast the economic development. To put it simpler, how these research and monitoring activities done by the scientific organizations can be translated to to an actionable economic roadmap, and what are we going to, how as a country are we going to take advantage of that? Mikhail, AI. How do you use AI in the current in your current activities as applied AI models? How do you use that? Well, I had the AI lab. All tasks in my lab are related to AI applications, including in monitoring tasks. It's a very important task, and the question there is as follows. When we try to measure something, when we try to observe something, quite often we use the Russian Meteorological Agency guidelines. They say that a human has to make a final decision, but humans cannot make a final decision on everything in all of the areas of Siberia, for example. That means that we need some hardware as well as firmware and software to make sure that we replace humans in these remote areas. We look at we measure and monitor the clouds, the wind. There's quite a lot of things we can actually monitor and measure with AI. We use NNs, but it's hard to monitor the behavior of humans who do the monitoring and observations, because it's very hard to use the standard observational models. There are some approaches to that, but it's very difficult. So you have to use difficult statistical models, and these are the NNs, something that we call AI, basically. And when we talk about the observations from and interpretation of sat-nav data, well, AI is just has to be there, because if you look at the volume of the data, a human or an army of researchers won't be able to process such a huge volume of data. And that means that AI here is not to do something smart and with the precision. It's to do the same job as people do, but in huge volumes and quickly. And there is a task, for example, we are working on that, by the way, about the tropical cyclones. That's the task that we can actually demonstrate. And we're talking about processing satellite data to either determine the position or to understand where the tropical cyclones emerge, or to forecast how they move and where they're going to move. And this is obviously done by statistical models. So, but not, as far as I understand, AI is right now the removing the mundane tasks. Yeah, that's gonna be like that forever, I think. We are sometimes using some of very elegant and beautiful properties of neural networks. I have published a number of articles around that, but this is, I guesstimate it to be like 3, 5, 10 years, maybe 3, 5 years if we accelerate the process of the AI development, but it is going to be used for some more sophisticated tasks. But yes, removing mundane tasks, that's something that is AI doing right now. Nikita, I'd like to ask you how AI is used in another area. We're talking about the risks and opportunities. If you can build on that, would be great as well. Great question. A few words about the task at hand. We are now talking about tropical cyclones, and this is a disastrous event, really. It's a natural disaster that really is very dangerous. It is related to, it triggers tsunamis and extreme winds. It's very important for us because Russia, including the Primorsky region, is experiencing these tropical cyclone ramifications. And just this year, we had 2 tropical cyclones, several federal highways were flooded, as well as a number of cities and towns. Now, Mikhail has mentioned that the permafrost is melting, the global temperature is rising, and actually tropical cyclones are influencing these processes in a number of years, in several years. The number of tropical cyclones can increase double-fold. Around 85% of tropical cyclones that we see in the planet, that are forming on the planet, lead to major ramifications for the infrastructure and for the people. That means that we need to have a tool that would help to monitor these changes, and SBIR, together with Far Eastern University, developed a monitoring system for tropical cyclones that can take information from the satellites, process them, and the AI model has been implemented in this solution, and it monitors the satellite images, and this model can detect the emerging cyclones, it can define their characteristics like the wind speed, and also it can predict the direction of these cyclones. The precision is at least 1 day. For a longer prediction period, the model has to be different, but we can predict it to up to 1 day currently. Prediction power is very important. What do you think might be the potential horizon? I think 2-3 days. And that would be a great help, because it's very important for any model, for any scientific development to be underpinned by the and used by organizations. And now our current users are the Emergency Ministry. They have seen a lot of potential in this work, because for them that's a separate source, important source of information, emergency information, and if they see that the cyclone is approaching, they can plan their savings operations and save lives and save health of the people, and they can plan the evacuation. So during the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, we signed a memorandum with the Emergency Ministry for developing the solution and monitoring the tropical cyclones. How difficult it is to organize the process of exchanging the climate information, because there is a lot of actors there to address the climate change. There are state players, private players as well. We are here at the SBIR platform. These actors, how do they, these players, how do they share the information? Because that's money, that's a sensitive information. And what about the state actors? How are they ready to share the information? How is it difficult to organize all that sharing?
Well, I would not say that this is too difficult, because the management instruments are there. It's pretty solvable. We've got perhaps 2 areas, main areas of activity. We have been discussing the scientific track of using AI to monitor and process the data that we are getting in climate studies. But the second track is just as sizable as the various statistics that we have been collecting. And that's not just the Russian Statistical Agency, that's the various government information systems that are gathering all kinds of information from business outfits, including other as well as outfits. In management, AI is having a role to play, and we also need to integrate our management systems with what we have, with what we get in the most important innovative project. That's what we call VIP-GZ, just to save the time on pronouncing all of it. There we are getting a global model of the world that's much more detailed, much more precise. It is going to be much more detailed for the Russian Federation. It is supposed to be used by the local governments. That's where they're going to get the information from to get good decisions and enable proper development, social economic development locally. On the other hand, we launched that for businesses, and where are businesses getting this information? And what can businesses do for climate? That's what these systems are doing. They're giving the information. So the government information systems are getting the information for the businesses. On the other hand, the businesses can earn. Many people forget that. Yes. I've got this question on the interaction. You remembered the EMERCOM context of tropical cyclones. Who else do you work with? Logistics companies, perhaps local authorities, perhaps international cooperation, perhaps another case in point. Who suffers the most from that? Southeast Asia, the Russian Far East. Is there some demand for the monitoring, or do they have their systems of their own? Well, yes, that is a highly relevant question for them. Cyclones affect badly Japan, China, Vietnam. With Vietnam, we are working to scale our solution. The Japanese have their own system to monitor the cyclones. And when Mikhail spoke about the speed and responsiveness in processing this information to make some good decisions, if you compare our models versus theirs, we do updates every 30 minutes versus their 6 hours. So that's much quicker. As for Vietnam, we're working together with the Hanoi State University to scale our model. They are very interested. Okay. Yes, you wanted to add. Yes, we are doing, and the Ministry of Economic Development is doing all kinds of conversations with our partners, the near abroad, as the term goes. Unfortunately, they do not have the capacity, scientific and computing capacity, and they are prepared to just take our product off the shelf, and this is a good story. So this is the Eurasian Economic Area, CIS. They are interested in what we can do in climate analysis and prediction. There are some countries who have a very high-level cadastre registry. They can take our technologies, they can take our ratios. This is a soft power, as they call it. We are prepared to provide that. People are happy to take that. And here, artificial intelligence is important because speed is very much important here. Yes, you cited a very good project with very understandable results. What about these applications, Mikhail? De-routinization, making it less of a routine. What other things can AI technologies, ML, neural networks, broadly speaking, the weaker artificial intelligence. What can these things do in fighting climate change? Perhaps this is a new front in fighting climate change? And Irina, I would ask you about the economic effect. Have we had any already from using AI in fighting for the global climate. Yes, let's start with you. Well, indeed, this is a very, very broad field of application, and we have been working with the Skolkovo Science and Technology Institute. They've got very deep expertise in neural networks. We've got deep expertise in climate and neural networks. And very importantly, it's a whole new area that is emerging about building surrogate models, where neural network replaces a geophysics model. It is a sort of a mimicry. Why is this necessary? It is necessary to use the speed of generating projections or modeling of geophysical processes. This speed that the neural network can deliver is several orders of magnitude higher. And it is not that erroneous. The errors are not that great. Subject to, because we have got the speed, even with small areas, we can run the modeling 100 million times, generally speaking, and we can get this uncertainty of projection that in geophysical modeling we spend tons of blood on and still fail short. Getting the uncertainty of a forecast, be it a climatic forecast, be it a weather forecast, not the same. It's very important. And this is just a whole area of activity that is crucial. Now, besides that, we've got several properties that neural networks can offer. And I'm going to pronounce some smart words. It's a differential model that can replace the hydrophysical model conventionally operated. That is pretty much underpinning the weather forecast, the climate forecast. It has not been operational yet, but we are very actively moving towards making it operational, and that will accelerate modeling even without the errors. Accelerate the modeling of physics. And these are two very interesting, very important areas. Irina, how is AI helping perhaps in building the risks models? What has been the economic effect? You are a Ministry for Economic Development. You are overseeing the climate project, but it's still about economics, is it not? Well, we are seeing the promise, we are seeing the opportunities for implementing AI. We've got the whole economic consortium led by the Institute of Economic Forecasting, and they indeed have been building the model. It has been operational. It has been scaled up based on the research that the colleagues have been doing and the information that we have been getting from the consortia pursuing natural science things. This is the application story that will help us in forecasting, in calculating the risks in economic development, that will help us with the macroeconomic issues, essentially that will help us live right going forward. Dear friends, thank you very much for your conversation. I'm quite convinced that thanks to your efforts, the climate risks globally and in Russia will find it slower to realize, and hopefully we can vanquish them at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you.
В Эквадоре ученые с помощью искусственного интеллекта исследуют фауну экваториальных
AI scientists are studying the fauna of equatorial forests.
Можно отслеживать состояние
Frogs squawking, birds singing, all of that can be used to understand processes in nature. Neural networks are studying the audio recordings and giving verdicts what voices are there. And Canadian scientists have developed a program based on AI that can identify diabetes based on human voice. Effectiveness has been confirmed by an experiment run on 267 volunteers with healthy systems and type 2 diabetes. All they needed is to utter things for 10 seconds. 89% accuracy for males, 87% on females. That's actually more precise than analyzing a hungry person's blood for glucose. And in Kolomna, artificial intelligence can help find homeless dogs. The video feed from city cameras are analyzed, information is saved on the date, the time, and the number of animals. Our experts are actually determining whether these animals can pose a danger, and the accuracy is 91%. Dubai authorities have started to use artificial intelligence to fight traffic jams. The system is analyzing traffic and gives recommendation about how to improve the routes. That will obviously be used in making prophylactic preventive repairs of the road surfaces, roads, and bridges. And in Russia, AI is going to be used to budget. According to Maksut Shadayev, we are using AI to determine which social support measures are going to be most effective, although humans are still going to be making the final decisions. And the ESG Directorate in Sber has created the ESG model that is based on processing text. The model is assessing the risks by processing and structuring the tasks and finding key ESG data. The whole texts are processed for risks that have been already materializing. The ESG model is going to be put to use by investors, experts, and ESG consultants. And going forward, we are having another discussion after a break. Smart cities, the development of humans, obviously AI-assisted, creativity, etc. Do stay with us. Okay, we are continuing. In late 19th century, Mizin Hovot, a utopian sociologist, wrote a book on the gardens of the future. He was convinced that the then anti-human cities will be replaced by new, more rational cities. Contemporary people were trying to implement his dream. Now, 100 years on, new life is breathed into this idea. What are small cities and what promise do they hold for their denizens? It is my great pleasure to introduce Natalia Dankovtseva, technical director of an outfit in Rosatom, Anatoly Gurmanov, deputy head of the work group in Ministry of Russia for small cities, and Konstantin Romanov, deputy director for AI and digital products in Wimbledon, telecommunications company. And we are quiet, eerily. Hello. Right. Now let's talk about definitions. Why don't we give some kind of a broad definition for a smart city, Anatoly? A smart city that's obviously an intelligent city, and intelligent means unnoticeable. It's warm, it's comfortable, it's convenient, it's safe, and I mentioned that, it's secure, and you can extend the list. Well, the important thing is that the people living in it find it comfortable to live in. That's obviously a city that revolves around the needs of a human. How is artificial intelligence helping us with that, Natalia? Your definition. Well, perhaps that's a woke city, because you can be warm, you can be a warm kitten. Because warm, that means you can gauge your own temperature. And you can offer something, if you're a smart city, you can offer something to your citizens. So they're not on your own. And the hidden things, yes. On the hidden things, we're going to talk separately. Yes. Well, Konstantin, I'll probably say things about the smart city as a user, because for me, a smart city is a place for humans. Smart means when you're driving, and the green light is when you came up to it, and not when you are a mile out. The robot calls you to reschedule your appointment with a doctor. If you are late in a meeting and you're ordering a pizza, one push of a button for your near and dear at home because you're late. This is some kind of a predictive client journey that is seamless, that is simple. You save a lot of time for yourself, for your family, for your near and dear. Convenience and fun. I like the example of the traffic lights. I think every driver will want the green light to be there when he drives up. Now, Anatoly, artificial intelligence, what role does it play in the creation of smart cities, and just how can you extrapolate your experience across the country? Well, in Moscow, we've got elements of a smart city. These are the technologies that can control urban planning. We've got several times better street cleaning, elevation cleaning. Is that camera imaging analyzed? Yes. Konstantin, what would you add to those examples of the problems that artificial intelligence is helping to resolve? Well, I would say that talking about the challenges and objectives, AI is just a means to an end. It's just about how you pack it up into an instrument to resolve a specific problem, be it a government or a private citizen. And Moscow is a case in point, how you can do a lot of things. You can obviously, Moscow is probably not the first in it, but the number of technologies that are being used in Moscow is close to that. Why don't we, illustrate, specific pains in Moscow? Perhaps one of the greatest pains, that's the driving. That's the amount of time that you spend on driving in Moscow. Moscow has been fighting it for many years, traffic jams, but the result has been pretty successful. And that's a graphic example of how a government can use the data, not just its own data, but the data from various operators about things going on in the city, traffic cameras, etc. And all of this is used to rationalize traffic flows, to manage traffic flows. It's an open secret. Moscow has published the outcomes of this. On average, a person now spends, instead of 90 or 120 minutes, about 45 minutes on getting to work and getting back. Public transportation, opening up of underground stations. We actually helped with finding better locations for underground stations. How did you do that? We actually identified overloaded stations. Stations overloaded by either people living in the area or working locations. And this information actually helped to make specific decisions. And specifically, in our case, that helped us to bring down twice the foot traffic in the adjacent stations. Well, you can imagine what an underground station looks like during the rush hour. People come in now, and there is no rush hour per se. Well, rationalization of traffic flows, that's a contribution to the sustainable development of cities, is it not? What other contributions have there been? Well, I would say that this is not just about sustainable development, that's also about ESG. We've got good partnership story with Lisa Alert. That's the campaign that helps people that got lost. It's not just people that got lost in cities. People can get lost in cities and not just in a forest for all the various reasons. And we did this project placing a bit of information on the information system that a person got disappeared in a specific shop at a specific time. But that helped the project find 9 people out of 10 just because you showed the right place and the right time. And whoever spotted the person helped find the person. And that's just an example of social good that AI helped into being. I would agree that using computer vision to rationalize things that go on in the street or indoors, these examples are rife. The other day we discussed a project that was implemented. In medical institutions, it used to be a great problem. You come to a polyclinic, there were huge queues. You don't want to spend the time. You took some kind of a token and you went back. You went back home. Do certain things about your health yourself.
Since the time when healthcare institutions started to use predictive analytics to understand what is happening in what clinic at the particular point of time, and they understood, for instance, that 40% or 50% of the personnel are not present at the reception at the peak time. And the the decision was made, and the waiting time decreased 4 times, and this is how the computer vision was used to resolve a problem for the people who go to the clinics. It's a very simple solution, by the way. Yeah, that's true. Rosatom implemented the smart city in hundreds of Russian cities. Yeah, more than 100, yeah. So what is the request from the regions? Why do they need a smart city? To be cool? To be in the vogue? To be in this IQ ranking? Well, usually there's a set of problems. We try to put it in one case. But usually there's a product that is... I mean, there are problems that are the same from across regions. This is a field product that works. There are video analytics problems that have been resolved. We try to also resolve problems in other fields related to the utilities, to the life services that people actually use every day. Now, this is a hard engineering level to resolve. But you see that actually, as the temperature rises or goes down, the radiator heater temperatures go down and up. The leaks are identified quicker. And that intelligent heating system is now used in Moscow, by the way. So we are communicating with cities. We have one window for the input. There are many channels for the citizens to input all the data, and it's very hard for the state to work in one window mode. We take analytics to make sure that everything is here, everything is analyzed, and we put another layer that is under estimated. It's utilities and direct services. Like we can use video analytics to monitor the waste collection points, for example. A city can save, and because the garbage trucks will go to the waste collection points that are actually full. And smart city, that's a fantastic formula, that's a fantastic set of services, and the authorities come to us and we show them presentations of what can be done. We have a platform that can cover, some area with sensors, monitor the flows, and based on that we can improve things. We gather everything together, and there are some situation centers that are being ordered by the cities, like to see a panoramic view, 360 view. Sometimes it was siloed, but now it's like in one place. Can you give an example? Yeah, like deliver all the boards for all the ministers on the dashboard of a governor. We could get the data from the different ministries, and then we realized that it's one field of data. And as we work with the property areas of a region, to show some problems, to show some problems with registration, with the borders of a property, limits of the property, and we can actually get all this data in one thing and give the condensed information. Sometimes citizens put some application. This system helps to remove the duplicated applications. So that's what we resolve, one of the problems that we resolve. But yeah, maybe the main story is the sensors that you can roll up to other layers. And it's when you can monitor the stories that are relevant for us, like the heating, the water supply, and how it's going to affect the utility fees that we charge, that we pay. And then we can, to the governors, we show the more broad dashboard with, or not only with the energy consumption, but with the fee planning, by putting up the data of other ministries and by adding the fees. By the way, that's a very interesting thing, that's a very promising thing about energy efficiency and environmental protection. The role of AI in smart cities can actually do that, exactly that. Let's look at the future for a while, and I'll ask you to paint a picture of a smart city in 10, 15, maybe 20 years. What people will see, what they will experience, and what they will not experience, and what opportunities does AI give us here? Well, I think we're talking about the cities that were able to gather data, up to 1 minute precision weather forecast. Like if I haven't paid something, then it should be reflected in my wallet, and like with a push of a button we should be able to do everything. I think it's possible, and it will actually help us not to focus on the things that we need to pay 10 bills, utility bills, but maybe we'll spend time on working on other added value, in other added value industries, doing our job, basically. In terms of security, I think the safety and security will be very seamless. We won't see this security layer, but I think it will be very voluminous. And it will be invisible. You shouldn't have these phobias that, someone is watching me. These data are going to be the daily work, and the security is going to be invisible, and work on these cases invisible. I do hope, and it's not by chance we're going from the digital economy to the economy of data, because any digital technologies, including AI and communications and geocommunication technologies and quantum compute and all the other tools, are tools and not anything else. And so I hope that in 20 years we'll see this kind of a floating contracts, like brutto and netto contracts, when there's no limitations in terms of the schedule, for example, like there's no set schedule. The transportation company, transportation authority must make sure there are no people waiting on the stops. That's it. That will be the main indicator. And people who work in the cities, that's millions of people, they will enjoy a much better, much more comfortable environment. Konstantin, that's his great vision, by the way. Konstantin, your vision. I think in Saudi Arabia there is a city in the desert that was built from the scratch, and that's 100 kilometers of the wall. Like there's a 100-kilometer wall. The main concept: 5 minutes to reach any facility you need, anything you need in this life, you spend 5 minutes for the commute. 100% safety and security, absolutely no criminal cases. Environmental protection, using only eco-friendly materials. The air is clean. And also, kind of a George Orwell story. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but if you kind of try to test drive it in the cities, it's something that actually is a smart city for people. When you go outside and you understand that nothing will happen with you, that you are breathing fresh air, and basically that currently we know how to hail a taxi to get your groceries delivered. All the issues will be resolved in one click in 5 minutes. And I would also add that we all want to live longer, and health is one of the priorities. For me, smart city is also about when something like my watch or my phone tells me something like you need to do this and that in your routine to live 10 years more. This is the kind of the entire package of the future that's of the future services that I'm talking about, and seamlessness, because we shouldn't think about every minute that the smart city is kind of taking care of me. Thank you very much all. So AI helps people to better communicate not only with the nature but with the urban landscape, the development of the people themselves with the AI, and now the Informer music from Sber AI solution.
Качественное образование и достойный уровень
High quality education and high life level is one of the key social features. AI is a transformative technology that drives these changes in this area. It's very simple here. Every human must have an access to quality education and to live in a good environment, regardless of the gender and of the social status. Inclusive, flexible, and accessible and inspiring. This should be the social changes with AI that are using AI. Now, Ivan Ilarionov is responsible for education in SamAlert and senior scientific advisor of the Social Institute of Russian Academy of Science, Konstantin Galkin. Hi, everyone. Hello. Now, the technology changes the fourth industrial revolution. If you want AI, obviously, this is a kind of a overarching topic that we're discussing during this conference. Now, how does that affect the social welfare and the education in general? What is your vision? What has changed dramatically in the last 5, 10, 15 years, whatever horizon is better for you? Like Ivan, can you start? What happened in the education? Well, actually, what is good about AI is that it can process large volumes of data, mine insights from these data, build models to build more effective solutions, to make more effective decisions, and to predict more precisely. So, in education, we are at the threshold of these major changes, and moreover, we are driving these changes. So there are trends that will help to implement AI in education. We're going to talk about that, yeah, for sure. Konstantin, what has dramatically changed and how these changes were driven by technologies? Well, social welfare is something where we might think there is no AI and there should be no AI, but that's not so, because right now there's quite a lot of areas where it's not possible to live in the social area without AI, starting from the household-related social things like AI being used by the seniors or the search engines that can help you to quickly and efficiently find the information you need, and maybe providing some tactile support for the elderly and other things. Just to build on your comment, do you think that AI and technologies are quite slow to be adapted in this area, like social welfare and high tech and AI? Are they kind of married together? Are they close together? Well, I think it's a great question, because I think that this is something that you can look at, because we can talk about the global development trends in AI. The other question is how it is being developed in a specific region or country, or in a specific household, how AI is implemented there. So I think that the marketing and social research will show us how it is done, and I think we need to have to be on the same page in terms of understanding AI. Are we looking at it on the global scale or on the local scale, on a case-by-case basis? Well, actually, case-specific discussion is something that we're going to have now, starting from education. Everyone went through some education in that way or another. I think this is one of the key trends. The current state of the education and the future state of the education, and machine learning and AI, how does it affect that? And we, as recipients of knowledge, how can we actually feel these changes? I would like to look at the general picture across the country on a national level. What are the goals and tasks for the education system, and how can AI help to more efficiently resolve these tasks? Currently, the Education National Program has 4 major streams. I'm going to show you how can we drive the changes of these streams. First of all, we're talking about the education, school education, and we need to make sure that school students know about the opportunities that AI delivers and how it correlates with the skills that they need to have in the new economy, the economy of data, economy of the smart devices that provide feedback. It's not really important what area as you selected. You are going to see the big data, you're going to work with big data. But the question is, how do you process them? How do you use AI-driven tools? The second stream is the development of the educational infrastructure. And we're going to have this one common database and infrastructure for all of the students. In the federal education standard, we have a common content for every subject. Children are developed based on these programs simultaneously, and there are data. AI can only work on data, and by having a common digital environment, it is possible to do that on the national level. Third, training teachers and other educational professionals. And this common environment will help you to put a proper diagnostic for the teachers. 90,000 teachers work in Moscow alone. So together with the Department of Education of Moscow, we are trying to integrate AI in analyzing the skills of teachers. For example, like communication skills of a teacher, how they communicate with children using AI. We can analyze the audio message, the audio recorded of the recorded speech of a teacher, and give some recommendations on how can you improve that.
I try to use open data with AI, give teachers some kind of a methodological case and analyze the answers automatically, give feedback. Again, you can use full-bore AI here. The fourth area where we can work with AI is creating the most effective management tools. And management tools are always based on data if they are to be effective. Together with the AI Alliance, we are working on a model of a data-centric school. How do you make modern school to run on data, and how can you make effective, good decisions based on this data? And this data can affect educational trajectory of a pupil. Educational trajectory is about merging, segueing into the professional trajectory, and you can direct this based on data. Otherwise, you just guess. And what can you use for that? It's the digital footprint. That's the evaluations, that's the marks that a pupil gets, perhaps even the thoughts of the pupil, him or herself. Reflection should be a mandatory part of any lesson, but you can use an audio chatbot. Time to time, a pupil might give feedback on his or her studies to the chatbot. How interesting was this or that topic? What did he or she remember, etc.? There's all kinds of opportunities here. AI Journey will see us presenting an AI tutor. That's a very interesting thing. We are actually presenting a subject-specific tutor. We are running this as a dialogue. It's going to be an intelligent system that operates as a dialogue with the pupil. Natural history. That's not algorithms-based subject like physics or math. There's a plethora of texts, of research, of opinions. Essentially, we are creating an assistant to a teacher that could work at home, in the household, with a child, and expand on the things that were introduced to children during the lessons. That's some kind of a parent, expert-specific parent. Ask questions, give feedback, give evaluations based on certain criteria. These can be the dialogues that a pupil can have in the household as he or she is pursuing the homework, and the teacher might get the data about how it has been going on. It's not just about recounting the paragraph that had to be learned. We are not trying to diminish the role of a teacher at all. The role of a teacher is immovable, because it's about building relationships, it's about building emotions, it's about setting things out, it's about laying things bare, because AI is probably not going to do this ever. Understanding humans But teachers need more data to make good decisions. So it's not even the second opinion as it is in medicine. So it's not just about control, it's not just about registering information. Well, collecting data is important. I read it several years ago that AI is actively used in professional guidance. Specific cases can identify aptitudes for pupils or any student for that matter. If you talk about professional orientation, then diagnostic is an important component, but it's probably not the component. A pupil must learn more about his own aptitudes, about his own inclinations. He or she must make them more orderly, and the ideas that AI can offer for diagnostics, they might prove useful, but this is not about the final solution. It's not about the final decision. It's about trial and error here. It's about resolving certain problems. It's about, participating in tournaments. Even if you interview industry professionals, just talking to a chatbot might be more informative than running, 5 tests. And yes, it is about giving the information. It is better than old professional guidance, because old professional guidance was not based on big data sets of information. But then again, it's in real activities, it's not trying to diminish the role of the teacher. Yes, indeed. Konstantin, on the whole, why don't we go back again to specific examples, because we launched into the role of technologies. It's about the depth of reach for the technologies. But what about specific examples, specific applications? In Russia, worldwide, what AI has been doing right now in the social sphere? Yes, I've been listening about education, and I actually like the idea. AI caring. In social sphere, AI is very much about this care notion. And I am going to give you the specific examples, worldwide and Russian examples. I'm going to talk about how this care notion has been evolving and how AI can model the varying degrees of this care. To kick off, and I'm showing the slides here, the simpler things representing care, that's smart speakers, obviously, from many manufacturers, Salute by Sber and other manufacturers, and old people communicating with those speakers when they can come home and then speak. If they're hard pressed to understand certain things on the portal of social services, they can ask, they can chat, and get the information, or they can get the specific instructions, because an older person may find it harder not just with information, but with the actual instructions. Where do I go? Who do I contact? What do I do if something goes wrong? So far, artificial intelligence is probably not about sorting things right if things go wrong, but maybe it's about beginning to do that. Conversations between a speaker and an older person, a senior person. Maybe it's about just socialization, because they sometimes are alone, they live alone, or they are just alone when the younger generation is at work, listening to favorite songs. Salute, can you play me this favorite tune? This is cool. And this gives the variety to the gray daily routines of senior citizens. Search engines. AI can assist with running search engines for senior people. on platforms and just general search engines. They can ask a question and get the answer quickly without using those multiple operations, without using their own, tactile functions, physical. That might fall short. Another function, and perhaps this is a different level of care, higher on the other hand, more customized on the other hand, health issues. Senior people might be assisted with various issues if they are challenged with mobility, with other things, because that's control, that's oversight. The Russian scientists have been developing this system that can diagnose health condition by remote. And this is a self-learning system. It is modeling, it is planning. What will this weather do to a person's pulse, to a person's blood pressure? And all those indicators might change over time. Now, for people with various mobility issues, with various disabilities, and we've got about 7 million of them, amputees, AI can make a smart prosthetic. This prosthetic might actually help you to, do a thing as simple as picking up a cup of coffee. That had not been possible, and this is social care in its most primitive form. And for people that suffer from various forms of autism, AI can already model all kinds of metaverses, and people can generate the atmosphere that is the most comfortable. Again, the costs are there, but it is about the autist person having a hand to play. He can customize the metaverse, he can customize the program, he can customize the world, which you could not have imagined in the recent past. And a case that I like perhaps the most, tactile robots. This is perhaps the full-bore notion of care, perhaps a boarding house, free or paid, serves the food, serves some company that you might not want to socialize with. Some volunteers come on a good day, and some healthcare assistants that do certain things to your health, chit-chat. But what do you do next? All the days become a routine, and you just don't see the end of them, and you don't see the beginning of them. And this is where tactile robots come into play. Paro, the most famous one, made by the Japanese, it has been rolled out in Russia. You can actually stroke the seal. It is emotional. It responds to your touch. It is response to your emotion, whether you are positive or negative to it. It's like a pet toy. And these technologies are definitely helping. To a certain degree, they are helping with retarding dementia, with slowing down degradation of cognitive facilities. And the more we learn about how these things help, the more they are improved. The therapeutic robots are not out of the question. Perhaps another favorite character of mine from the Space Wars movie, Android Data. And I would like creators of AI in the future to do things like this. This character took care of his cat, and this is perhaps entirely possible. Thank you very much. Very graphic, very interesting examples, and they're more than specific, actually. Hopefully, we are able to see more of them in Russia and worldwide. On this semi-joking note, getting an Android teacher in a classroom, how possible is that? And sensible is that? I would actually like to tag along with the example of a colleague, data-centric classroom. Just what can this give to a teacher? How often can a methodology expert come to a teacher, to the actual class? And all these visits are obviously heavily prepared, heavily scripted, starched, white shirts on all the pupils, etc. Heavily scripted, showpiece things. You put a smart speaker in the classroom and it records an audio in real time of things going on. In summation, feedback is given to the teacher, dear Maria Ivanovna. You spend 80% of the time talking at the classroom, and it was supposed to be about actually training. We recommend you this, this, and that. These 3 kids gave good responses. Why don't you score them high and list her on desk 3? She has been silent for 5 days in a row. Maybe you ask a question. Maybe you put a question directly to her. A video camera does again the recording of everything that's going on, recording the emotion, recording involvement. Over various periods of the lesson, focus, drifting, sharpening. At a certain period of time, kids with the teacher, without the teacher, from minute 15 through to minute 25, these guys been doing nothing while this dude was standing near the blackboard. Why don't you rearrange? Why don't you do different things the next time? Why don't you offer additional jobs to these guys while this guy is at the blackboard? Things like this. How much our social sphere can adapt to the social changes, to the technological changes, and implement the specific products and technologies that you have been mentioning. How inert is social sphere? How is it brisk and responsive? It's very diverse. Oh yes. I think the deployment of smart speakers that have been used one way or another is a thing of the present, and this is how we get the understanding that these technologies are there, and they may help. Ivan. I would like to ask this question: do you think it is possible to fully or partially robotize the educational system? We are not replacing the human teachers, but teaching on a certain track. We all know about lifelong learning. We all learn all kinds of things, in the ideal world. Hopefully our viewership does. You've got School 21. It does help. The demand for education over the entire lifespan is continuing to grow. The number of teachers falling short, not growing. We understand the demographics of our nation. What if we digitize certain tracks of education? And what about lifelong learning? How can AI, the robots, how can they help here? Well, the teachers will definitely be augmented, enhanced by digital tools, and they can be more effective and efficient in teaching. They can unload certain routine, repetitive tasks, perhaps even marking tests. That can be definitely automated. We have seen how deftly neural networks been changing essays written by algorithms. Well, they can be actually quite skilled in understanding whether algorithms or humans wrote the essay. And I understand that in higher education, teachers have been thinking about how to unload some of the test marking workload. Maybe you can do specing, maybe you can do some species, you do samples. The role of the teacher, per se, is inviolate. It is immovable. It is staying there. Just taking the routine out. I think we've mentioned that many times, and we will mention it many times again. Yeah, de-routinize. Perhaps in your opinion, how much time will we take to seriously use AI and ML to take this routine out of the lives of teachers and students alike? How soon are we going to see it every day, Konstantin, and in the social sphere again? Speakers finding their way to every home, every day, for everyday use. Ivan.
Сама формулировка вопроса,
Well, the way that you framed the question
полного внедрения и
implies a certain 100% rollout versus the current state. How intensive this rollout is going to be really depends to a great extent on the political will, on legislation, because so far school education is more state-driven, state-managed. We don't have that many private schools, although schools can innovate themselves too. And it is about the political will. I think over the next couple of years we will accelerate dramatically. Konstantin, your opinion? I would agree with Ivan. I would say that this is not just about digital, numerical forecasts. It's about the understanding, and it's about how much senior people, how much they understand the benefits of it. The simpler technologies, searches, smart speakers, they are real technologies, just as real as prosthetics. And, they are real in Russia as much as worldwide. I think this is quite realistic to see those technologies rolled out in a very short period of time. The financing is pretty decent across the board, and hopefully we get an acceleration from those projects in social sphere and education alike. Friends, thank you very much for a very interesting conversation. Best of luck to you.
Our next topic is even more intriguing. AI for creativity. Stay with us. And now, listening to Symformer-generated music. And another topic of our podcast, which I think is of interest for many people, is AI for creativity. Creativity is something that distinguished humans from anyone else, but how can AI help to create? Maybe AI can create by itself. Well, still supervised by humans, but anyway, we're going to dive deep into that topic with Vladimir Zimnitsin, the operations director of Ben Education School of Design and Technology, and Olga Chevorkina, the academician director of the Synchronized platform. Hi, everyone. So, AI, as all other technologies, they serve the art. They serve the art, not threaten the art. I think, that's the story that all the art experts hate. I hate this question as well, but it's interesting to discuss that. What is art? What is creativity? What is art and what is artisanship? It is art is about creation or about artisanship. I think these are great questions, but we have to delineate them. These are two questions now. AI First question, AI is a part of a process of the art that art lives with. I mean, art has always been used in different technologies. In 19th century, the paint was put in tubes, and that was a new technology. It's hard to really compare it to AI, but it helped the Impressionists to actually create their art. And this AI helps artists to create as well. Whether AI generated 80% or 100% of an artwork, or it was just used for the draft of the artwork, this is just a technology anyway. Another question was, yeah, so AI is an assistant, as a tool. We understand that. That's okay. When a neural network generates, based on some pool of data, some artwork, some poem, is it creativity? Is it art? Well, you know, art is now quite a broad definition, so there's quite a lot of things included there. But I like to compare the AI-generated work with the painters of the Academy of the 19th century. So, Academy science artists, these were the ones who were taught in the Academy of Art from 16th century to 19th century. So the difference between 16th and 19th century, these are like hundreds of years. Napoleon attacked Russia, Russians then attacked back, you know, like there was Freud, there was no Freud back then, but I mean, what do Academy artists paint? De Niro or Apollo, and they compile the kind of a new Venera, kind of a new Apollo, by going to the museums and looking at the artwork of previous painters. Currently, AI works on the database selected by humans, and the more interesting the database, the more interesting the result is. And that means that the AI compiles the picture based on that. Now, what is art? I think it's 20th century. Many artists were talking about that, but I think the overarching thing was when Duchamp asked, "What is a science?" A urinator of was an artwork, became an artwork. Art has an idea has a subject, has a scenario, and then the way to implement the scenario, whether it's happening on performance, on installation, or some paint on the canvas. And if we're talking about ideas, currently there are no ideas behind AI. I can create artwork, but there are no other ideas behind that. Vladimir, question to you. AI can create ideas. Is it possible? Is it true? Well, yeah, you know, based on the database of other ideas, based on ML and self-training, AI can generate an idea. I want to paint the purple sunrise. It's not an idea. Why? No, there's no message there. It's not an idea. An idea is something deep that you transfer through the violet sunrise. It's mimesis. That's what it's called. It's when you try to copy. Copying is an idea globally, but it's not an idea in this classical sense of the word. It's not a new idea. Many speakers are claiming the floor. Yeah, anyway. We are trying to understand every word, and if we look at social issues, then we will understand that ideas have many semantical definitions, but the object is created by people, and value of the object is created by people. As we live in the world where people are living and breathing and walking around, and there is some understandable financial model, of economy. This is the model we live in. And the AI is not creating anything from the scratch. I think we will dive in very deep. I'll just ask you whether a person creates an original idea, because you use that a lot of ideas and put in all the experiences that you have in your artwork. So isn't that the same? AI is something a bit more difficult. If we talk about Stable Diffusion, AI Journey, or Kandinsky, Sber, NN, but this is a neural-based mechanics. What is a prompt? A prompt is a pattern. This is a kind of a visibility. This is your visual experience of a human. So there are prompts, anti-prompts, and other characteristics and other parameters. If you don't know that, if you don't know that vision, if you don't know that don't have that visual experience, because there is a brush, there is a prompt. You have to package it properly. But what is the value of that action? It's obviously different. I've always said that it's very hard to... It's easy to repeat a prompt. It's very hard to repeat the brush stroke of a master. And now we're living in the world where if you want to put the same prompt and continue with the idea, the neural network cannot deliver that on the level necessary. Your idea is limited by the moment that was analyzed and visualized for you. And you generate that, you amend, you adjust, until you find the moment that you think is like your moment. But the visual aspect has a very, very strong influence on the person, and that might lead us to a concern of social identity. Is it your idea, or is it the image of the analytical thinking, or some duplications that AI is based on? I think that until we go to the philosophy or the Germanistics, I think that I would like to talk about the applications. Now, we've mentioned that AI is a tool that helps creators, so that's working. My friend is a writer, and he said that I prompt something and I have some response. It's a great thing to debate, actually. Actually, me and my friend, we were also kind of putting prompts to each other to describe the prompts, and we received some of the answers that were very funny. But anyway, if we're talking about the real creators right now, what does AI give us? We're looking at the paradigm that AI is the automation tool for a manual task. Like, for example, there is an element of AI that helps to quickly create something on some level, but like a planner, but to resolve a business task, you need to polish it up to the value that is needed to make sure that this is a planner that gives value to the business, to the client. And in this way, AI can be used. If you live in the paradigm that AI is the tool that can use our prompt, and I take this and deliver that, and I don't have any background to assess the quality of that work, that's a bad approach, because with that approach, you have to understand that there are thousands of experts like that on the market. Hundreds of thousands of people can do that. If we're talking about experts, where AI is used to resolve tasks, not to create, and these are two different paradigms. this is an automation tool that helped to move to some objects, to some ideas, to primitivism. Haladova is a famous NFT artist, and he's basically working with the AI with NNs, and he has a big team. They write an algorithm, it analyzes database, and then you have a media installation. The unmanageable, uncontrolled machine hallucination, that's his latest installation. And he's exploring the creativity. What is creativity? I'm looking at the glass of water and I had some idea. And the idea is whether a machine can have the same associations, replicate the same associations that humans can do. And he put this in 138,000 artwork from the museums of modern arts in this NN. And actually what we had is some abstract art. So yes, NN AI works based on the logic. And this is they deliver very obvious results. Now, we could have had something different, but can you assess that, like this abstraction, abstract art is a long chain of human associations? But you know that there were many experiments that AI artwork were painted by AI, and experts were finding some parts of this artwork that was not replicated. So can you actually understand that this idea is unique, that AI-generated artwork is actually unique? Well, we're not talking about the fact that, okay, we're saying that this was created by a human, this was created by AI, that AI is bad, human is good. No. When an expert looks at an artwork, he thinks, okay, this artwork has an interior function, really. You know, this conceptual art, when idea is important, you can put a spade in the corner, and that will be it, but there will be some idea behind it, maybe. And the second art is kind of a, decoration, interior art. You look at the artwork and you think, that's great, I'm going to put it hang it on my wall. So, who created that? Some Jane Doe or Hearst or Misha Moss created that, whoever, or AI. You look at you have one criterion and you look at the artwork from that angle. So is there anyone who put some sense in this artwork? Well, okay, we say that humans can put sense in the artwork and AI cannot do that as of now. But you think that at some point AI will be able to generate some sense from that on this or that level. But it's like, if you look at these Soviet magazines when the cars will be where the cars are flying. But the cars are not flying yet, So the value and the cost is very important. So the person is the kind of a soul, and he translates what his experiences and his experience. If there will be like a mid-journey 2.0 with the artwork, and it will be artwork generator, and it will be created by some famous artist. And it will be said, okay, this was created with Photoshop, with Midjourney, with ChatGPT, but it was inspired by this or that artist. The idea, and the soul is taken from this artist. Actually, we are analyzing right now within a certain paradigm. We are in our value system, and there is a value of attention, the value of the artist. That's the value of perception. So it really defines how it is perceived and who is going to do that. Yeah, and the value of idea and the innovation. So if I paint black triangle, you would say, well, that's a fake Malevich thing. So we don't need that, but there was a time when compilation, when duplication, repetition was the criterion for assessment, and when the idea was actually put aside, when Rembrandt made the revolution and started to put psychology in his portraits. Like you can see the state, you can see the emotions, even when looking at the hands he painted, and you can empathize. And the artist of that time said, why do we need that psychology here? Why do we need all that emotions? I'm standing here, I'm very beautiful with a beautiful dress. Why do you need to reflect these wrinkles and emotions? No, let's go back to the previous art that kind of put the ideal picture. And that was a revolution for us. And we say Rembrandt, wow, fantastic. But he was not liked because of that, because the criteria for assessment were different. And currently AI cannot do that. It cannot create new Malevich. It can use new Andrian or Rothko, Bosco or Kandinsky. But maybe we'll go to another age where the criteria for the assessment will change. We won't need idea, perhaps. Maybe the compilation, the duplication will be the next big thing. But if you can replicate in a better way, that's it. That'll be great. Fantastic. I like your monetary focused approach. If you sell it, it's good. You know, the black square. And, you know, this old joke, I can pay the same black square, but can you sell it? You know, and I know that some of the AI-generated artwork is being sold as an artwork, as creative work. So who is the seller? Yeah, there was an example, by the way, yeah? Yeah, 2018, Christie's auction, the first AI-generated artwork was sold, fully AI-generated, but, I mean, obviously, there was a team of young French artists who took the portrait of Edmond Dellamy and loaded it in the AI. But it was not just an algorithm, it was a special algorithm. There were two neural networks that competed with each other. One NN offered the work, the other NN criticized it, and this was kind of an adversarial environment, and this is how this portrait was created. But they were not using the only algorithm, they were using many algorithms, and they selected the one, and they sold it for a lot of money.
400,000 K. $400,000. That's a good amount. Not millions. Well, it's a good piece of art costs millions, but it's still pretty expensive. Well, since 2018, we have not seen an upswell of pieces sold of the things that were AI generated. Well, there are certain ideas. Well, it's good that there's an idea behind it. Quick question. Well, you are interested in painting. Is it complicated, the question you ask? Have you ever studied drawing? I graduated from an art school. Have you actually used AI tools to draw anything? Have you experienced this creativity swelling inside you to do that? Well, education versus creativity versus AI, that's you're asking for too much. Well, if you're talking about emotion and perception of emotion, it's a different thing. If you can draw a picture with a brush, that's one emotion. If you're using prompts, that's a completely different kettle of fish. Well, neural networks generating things using prompts, I'm very interested in how they do that. Well, they can use the texts. Let me just continue the thought. You can use this as a framework. You can use AI as an artist to generate an installation, a combination of colors. You can do the same thing with text. You can collect all kinds of information, succinctly present it, and the neural network is going to Well, yeah, Dumas, Alexander Dumas did that, probably. Genuine pieces of art by genuine humans will probably are probably here to stay. Will they find their buyers? And we think that AI-generated art will be also in demand. I think this is what we have right now, and it will stay. But I would not really segregate these two paradigms. The old paradigm versus the new AI-enabled paradigm. We are living in the world of collaboration. The more we can communicate with each other, with the machine, with the tool that we have, the more effective and efficient we are. Okay, there's human work on the one hand and combinatorics on the other. It's going to be one and the other and the third and the fourth. It's going to be AI asking machine to do a certain thing. We've got databases for AI generating AI, and there will be painters that had always been conservative, and they will continue to be conservative. They will say that this is my authorship, this is my conservative manner of drawing, and that's it. Will there be people still using oil paints, applying them with an oil brush? Will that be a super luxury for super rich people? Yes, but that's another revolution having to take place for that. It'll have to be a social revolution for that, and we'll have to just come on to a different level of life and transition to the online world. The world of physical assets, of physical properties, it is becoming more elitist. It is becoming more expensive, yes. Yes, and the investment advice, yes, buy. Well, as for the use of brush, let me just ask a question. There are painters using brushes, oil, and perhaps an artist that used an iPad to draw something. Is he no longer a painter? Well, he's cheaper. Well, a physical painting in the real world, no matter how it was created, was it printed out, was it given some kind of a soul as a physical property, will that remain? It will remain. It's just a matter of visual. It's all about the value. What do we place value with? Is that going to be in the name? Vasipupkin versus Kandinsky? Well, the Friends will approve Kandinsky. Will they be closing their eyes to Vasipupkin? Well, okay. What's the authority going to say on this? As in, the opinion maker. I made these exhibitions, and people came and asked, has he died? Is he dead? If he is dead, I'm buying. If he's not, well, that's a good factor of value creation, is it not? AI not going to die is, if it's not dead, not too valuable. Well, that's going to be a thing for the next conferences, okay? Well, the next conferences, we're going to be talking about baby AI generating pieces of art that will increase in value. Do you expect some kind of an upheaval in the market, in the world of art? Under the influence of these technologies, ownership, distribution, sale, influenced by technology. We've said all kinds of things. Why don't we sum up? The live human painters, will they stay? Well, they're going to flourish, but would you expect a revolution here? Or is it, paintings have been evolving, canvases have been evolving, brushes, oil has been evolving, but the revolutions have been hard-pressed to come? Or are we expecting a paradigm shift? Vladimir has been calling to watch for. And any revolution does an instrument in conservatism and innovation. Will AI create a revolution in art? Is it going to sell in droves? Well, to a certain extent, yes, but the name is going to be as important going forward. And it's important to understand what metaverse we're talking about. Is that going to be real humans or virtual representations? That's what we are going towards, different aspects. Do you think AI is capable of creating something without humans? Invent a new style? Not so far, not yet. Do we need that? If the criteria for acceptance change, then perhaps we can just replicate, churn out and compile. AI can do these things better than humans because we cannot process 138,000 art properties, and that's just MoMA, Metropolitan Museum of Art. And in the Hermitage, it's billions of items. I think the landscape of our art world has been changing, and the world of art has changed when the internet appeared, and computers appeared before that, and technologies in general, and it has continued to grow, and it will continue to grow. And because this is all an evolution, we can just get accustomed to it calmly. Do you think AI changed? Did AI change the market? Well, affordable, cheap pieces of art became available. Affordable for more people? Is that new for people? No. In the 17th century, that was an elitist business, art. Kings and emperors and Pope, they supported that. The bourgeoisie came later. It came with its own demands. It bought many new pieces. Right now, we are going lower. We are making things more affordable. Is this good or bad? There are good things and bad things to it. What's bad in everyone having the ability to be infused, inspired by the higher ideas, beautiful things? There's nothing wrong with it. Maybe you will find that sufficient. Van Gogh painting was hanging on a wall of a doctor and was closing a hole in a wall. If you want to close a hole in a wall, then maybe you want to buy a printout. And if you're really sucking it in, then you're really buying it expensively. Okay, in summation, I'm going to ask you and you. Perhaps you can name the things that scare you in the development of technologies, in the development of AI, with respect to art, and things that inspire you and make you rejoice. What I'm scared of is that many people, painters, artists included, they are scared by artificial intelligence, because if you are scared, and we've got three reactions: hit, run, freeze, and none of these reactions infuse creativity, inspire creativity. If we want to develop, if we want to look further to a brighter future, we need to exit either one of these three and understand how we can use ourselves. If I'm a painter that cannot use, if I'm an artist that can use AI, well, stop being an artist, get educated and do some real work that you can do in this real work. But these reactions, hit, run, or freeze, this is anti-life. That's what I'm scared of. What inspires me, AI has a great many positive aspects. That's a good tool, that's a good instrument for creativity, and that's a great, we've got, neuro art. This is a great instrument for people, perhaps with disabilities, to step into the world of art and not feel different, feel accepted. This allows you to be similar to everyone else. You can be equal to everyone in creating and show how you see it. That's a language for you to express yourself, because exchanging emotions, that's what differs us from machines. That's what sets us apart. And you can exchange your emotions, yes, via AI, but this is great, is it not, Vladimir? Well, I'm going to put it simply. Perhaps I'm scared not of AI per se, but of its perceptions. We are living in fears. We are afraid of admitting things to ourselves. This moment in the technological evolution, I'm sorry that I will not live to see the length of it, the length and breadth of it. And as for the development, it's great when you get the new tools. Because when you get things that make a certain element primitive, people start thinking about more serious things, and they stop paying more attention to simpler things. Any technology make more difficult things simpler, easier. And nowadays, now they are simple. Hey, friends, thank you very, very much. We need to take a breath, digest. We are going to take a pause, artificially intelligent pause, generated by Synformer neural network. The culmination of the podcast, the gripping topic, the future. We are on the threshold of breathtaking changes. Are we prepared? Talk about that in just a minute.
Человек всегда мечтал увидеть будущее.
Humans have always dreamt about the future. Back in the 19th century, time machine was dreamt about by Herbert Wells. It was not alone before and after. The future was the topic of many a conversation. Fantasies were often pessimistic and sometimes scary. According to some futurologists, some technologies that improve our lives seriously transform the society, and they will continue to do so in the next decades. Luckily, we've got a scientific way of predicting the future, and this technology is called Foresight. It allows for a forecast of industries and nothing short of a whole planet and agree on the desired future. And having a glimpse of this desired future, or whatever it comes to pass, we are going to be talking about that with two important gentlemen, Alexander and Artyom. High School of Economics University on the part of Alexander, Sber on the part of Artyom. A question for a brief answer for both the speakers. And we're going to dive deeper into various aspects of that going forward. Name one key change that will become part of our lives in 30 to 50 years thanks to technologies. Interesting? Scary? Happiness. Why would it be scary? Happiness. I'm very hopeful that technologies are going to be making our lives happier. How? And how many of us? That's the question. Okay, separately, on happiness, Artyom, two words, personalization and personification. And I mean these two things to say that our approach to humans is going to be more focused on humans. Well, we did mention Herbert Wells, when no one should leave harmed, personified happiness. Okay, let's dive into detail. Alexander, this is a Foresight session, High School of Education. You are systemic and scientific in giving about forecasts. In your opinion, what are the definitive trends? What are the defining trends for our life over the 30 to 50-year horizon? That's the mainstream, that's the mainstem of all of this podcast, AI. What will be the role played by AI in forming this joint, wholesome, happy future for all of us? We're going to talk separately about whether it's going to be happy for us. Well, as an economist, I would like to start with the economy being the most important thing, and economy is going to be cutting costs actively, in changing business models, in forming pricing ecosystems. But I'm looking at my colleague Joseph Stiglitz, he is a Nobel Prize laureate winner, and he has been saying for a long time, now, guys, economic indicators not that important to benchmark economies or to drive forward to, if we look back at the pandemic, GDP per capita, that had been the basic indicator to compare countries against. Over the pandemic, we have been saying who's on lockdown, who died, how many died, who's recovering. In classical foresight, it's not so much about projecting, it's not about, it's more about forming the future, obviously based on the serious concepts, combination of qualitative and quantitative measures. We are actually transitioning to the Benny world, brittle, anxious, etc. If you look at the future professionally, then the big data analysis actually analyzed by AI is helping. I came with a set piece. It is done by A4, a Russian system developed by HSE. 650 million documents were fed into it. What are the global trends? A pretty remote horizon was set by you, 2050. What if it's the time horizon that is actually nearer? What are the trends that we are going to see? What about China, say, forecasting, the emergence of the great communist modern country by 2050, or South Korea, growth strategy for 2045. Japan, the 11th scientific foresight, again run until 2050, we will see that these countries are trying to take a very broad look at the entire notion of the future. It might be space-related, as in outer space. Many countries are looking at outer space exploration, starting with mining metals on asteroids. Elon Musk promised us things on Mars, on the moon. Probably he'll land someone on the moon by 2050. Going deep into the oceans, and that's an entirely different nature, that's an entirely different world. We know very little about the oceans, although we like to pollute them, and bacteria might come to help. Scientists have been modifying those bacteria to fight the pollution, and that's another trait of the future, this greenification, transitioning to this sustainable green development. In Japanese forecasts, AI has been working intensively in forming the models to project natural conditions, catastrophes, calamities, on making people longer living, because for them, the main notion is society 5.0, people to live 120 years by 2030, and again, about the fusion, about the singularity, with technologies helping, the inclusivity developing. The Japanese are maintaining that, we should build an incessantly curious society. And again, if we look at the main traits of the society, then there's place for the new business systems, obviously the ecosystem approach. Some are saying things about decentralized autonomous companies, some are saying things about teal companies. Others saying, normal autocratic systems we discussed, I decided, not much worse in the current conditions. A big fork to pass, again, but these are the two, perhaps, threads that are manifest in our thinking about the future. And the second thread is obviously the sustainable development and careful treatment of the nature. Carbon neutrality is a serious activity. South Korea, by 2030, would like to maintain not just smart cities, but carbon-neutral cities in the number of 10. That's a whole different principle. Now, who's going to live in that city? Is that a human 2.0? What are the features of human 2.0? Longer living, incessantly curious. Okay. The Japanese are said to be healthy until death, immersed in the ecosystem. Will they be assisted by robots? Will they be recommending, a product to eat or a restaurant to visit to restore a certain balance, or change microbiota? That's a question. Although these things are happening in Japan. Hopefully, it's a responsible human and not irresponsible, as some sociologists are saying. tracking the carbon footprint that will have to be done to be carbon neutral, smart offices, etc.
The important thing is, well, I do sincerely hope that with all our future, humans will remain happy. Just maybe one thing I want to highlight, and one question. Now, you mentioned the sustainable development as part of the foundational trends. It's like a mega trend or a value-based trend, economy trend. And what about sustainable development? It's about everything. It spans across different other trends. It's a kind of a platform. We call it the platform, and this is the trend that is going to remain with us for many years. And this seems like a remote outlook, but people will say 2050, come on, we need to work out the things up until 2030. But the speed of decision-making and new technology development and implementation are increasing, but like 2050, but what about like a 30, 50-year outlook? And yeah, I can have to ask about AI. What is its place? It's like a meta technology, an end-to-end technology that is going to help to make the trends and factors real. The president is actually saying that this technology is an end-to-end technology, a technology that goes across different industries. But I remember the sci-fi writers and all the futurists. They usually had these humans that had all these interfaces and robots and, you know, very skilled, but the human was at the center. So AI, as a driver of international trends, will play the key role, the decisive role. But who's going to decide on that role? Who's going to decide on the ideas, a human or AI? That's a big question. So, you know, a human starting from 16th century is at the core of our universe. Will the person will humans remain the cause? I would like to add on that question, the neuroscience. How does it prepare us for that future that Human 2.0, who will be curious, who will be very happy, who will be able to colonize Mars and go deep in the ocean. If he remains there, by the way. Yeah, well, you know, actually like 3 years ago, Nancy Canvisher, as one of the key experts in neuroscience, the most famous ones from MIT, said that neuroscience, she thought, was something that is not applicable. This is something that we do in the academies, but basically we're just fulfilling our curiosity needs. And the interesting thing is that more or less at that time AI started to permeate in data scientist labs. This is when it is starting to be used actively in the labs, and currently we are experiencing a huge neuroscience revolution because, well, right now neuroscience is not only becoming an applicable science, down-to-earth science, but it is one of the drivers, really. I have this kind of, thing that I want to demonstrate. Neuroscience also about the brain and about the detecting brain disease. Like there is a problem, brain problem or any other problem, health problem, and he comes to the doctor, and the doctor has to classify this problem, to put it in some cluster. And for that cluster, he has some algorithms to make a decision for a patient. That sounds quite logical, right? I mean, this is how you have to treat patients, but that's not so. What is happening in the healthcare right now? We're talking about the implementation of AI for personalizing the treatment. And this revolution can be compared when people started to use some medicine instead of dancing around the patient. hoping that they will chase the illness away. And currently, the digital twin is a big thing there, and I have been working on that issue for quite a while. And actually, now we're talking about billions of dollars that are invested in digital twin in healthcare. Digital twin is a digital copy of our bodies on the molecular level, drilling down to the molecular level. So this is a full portrait. Ideally, we should have a full copy of a person. So that means that doctors won't need to see patients. They won't need to call patients, because having such a copy, a doctor can predict such a disease. Well, Artyom, I want to understand, how does that work? I have a digital twin uploaded in my gadget. Every day I have to update the base, I have to do the monitoring. How it is done? Well, this is where the AI is actually comes into play. So it will predict whether I can have this or that disease. Yeah, it can predict. Yeah, but there are viruses, there are traumas, really. I mean, everything can go differently. Yeah, but I'm talking about serious diseases, something that is being worked on for, something that's been in the focus of the attention, like genetic diseases. How do you treat genetic diseases? Very often, genetic diseases do not show around, but after you can live without noticing that you have a genetic disease, but after some time, everything will go south. Like Parkinson's disease, for example, there's no treatment. There's a lot of treatment programs, but it's very difficult to treat a person because there is a very tight relation, it's a very tight link in terms of the earlier you start, the better the treatment prognosis are. Well, that goes for most of the serious diseases. Yes, absolutely. There are some markers that AI can learn to work with. Having this digital twin, it can predict that you might have Parkinson's disease many years before that you actually have it. That means that it actually resolves this problem. This is the topic supported by the president, included in our program, including in the digital economy and economy of data programs. It's very hard to do it applicable to the humans, but if it takes 1 year to develop medicine, or not 7 years, and if it takes several months to develop a vaccine, not several years, that's obvious. The obvious benefits are there. And there are some very good application cases in nuclear as well, in car manufacturing, in designing, when you can use digital twins to test quicker, like crash tests. You don't have to check the car safety. You model it in several weeks, not in several months. And this is a reality right now, and one of the priorities of our country is the development of digital twins. It's not about the humans yet, but it's about the manufacturing, it's about the objects. But people will come as well. Pharmaceutical companies are interested in that because now it takes years to test pharmaceutical products, and they would be very happy to remove all these years and to shorten it and to test drive everything based on the digital twins of the person. That's a lot of money we're talking about. And if you look at the prices for the medicine, they are going down starting from the 90s. So less and less medicine is patented by pharmaceutical companies, and they are actually losing a lot of money. Yeah, but hope that the technology will be scaled, and the scaling will be driven by the AI. But we're talking about extending the lifespan or immortality. I wouldn't put the immortality question, maybe, but the lifespan, yeah, for sure, it will be affected. And I will ask that question. Unfortunately, we don't have the planetary scale goals. Like Skalderos says about singularity, says by 2050. Together with Ray Kurzweil, we will achieve immortality, or Elon Musk want to get 1 million people to Mars. Is it that bad to put such a huge goal? Like immortality. And I think, where did I take the checkoff last time? Think about that. Digital twins, that's great, but having regular checkups, that's something you can start with. And now the major risks and the challenges for the future that you are seeing, and AI. Is it a risk in itself? What are the risks that it can mitigate in the future to make our future sustainable? We have talked a lot about sustainability. Let's go back to that sustainability topic. And where will it pave our way for the happy future? Scientists love to say that any technology is neutral from an ethical point of view, and how you use it, that's a different point. AI here is a strong catalyzer for the transformation. There are risks, obviously, but these are the not human knowledge-related risks. But we are measuring the readiness of the Russian society to technologies, and we have a representative sample. That's quite a rare thing right now. And in 2015, our population from 18 to 65, they said, well, assistants, at work, at home, 18% decided that they'll be okay. They might use it. But they wanted to have sensors, smart clothes, sensors for the food quality, and they were ready to buy that. Now, 2/3 of Russian population want to have an AI assistant. 1/3 would be ready to actually try out the AI surgery. But as for the cookies made of roaches or some artificial meat, only 6% were ready to try that out. So people are not ready to use AI here because we like to eat good stuff. And it happens in Russia and in other countries where large players, large technology players, or large banks, large organizations, and large R&D centers raise awareness among the youth, among the seniors, on the new capabilities that new technologies deliver, and the threats as well, obviously. Well, Artyom, I'm very interested in the following. Like, the neuroscience can help you connect the brain to some external devices, and that means that the external devices can be connected to the brain. To which brain? It can be connected to the president, to the minister, to some minister, or to a patient who actually needs it. Who is going to manage that? Who is going to control that? Well, obviously, the risk is there. We agree on that. AI is the evolution of everything, and as any state-of-the-art disruption that changes everything, our science and everything, means that there are opportunities that are opened up, and there are other things as well, like risks. I have been collaborating with Skoltech for a while, and we were creating for paraplegia patients who were paralyzed, fully paralyzed. They could manage the robot, the robotic hand, with their thoughts. This is something that we do all the time, like take a glass of water and drink it. We don't even think about that, and for them, these people, they were crying because they were so happy, because when you do that, you think, wow, these possibilities are absolutely fantastic. But if you look at the 50-year horizon, I think that there will be fully fledged avatars for people, and they won't be able to only give the new life to paraplegia patients, but they will help people to actually do some dangerous work. If my avatar would be washing my dishes, I'll be okay with that. Or maybe go to work even. Yes, that's true. Yeah, and get the money on Sber card, because these simple actions that are natural for us are making these patients so happy. But how does that change our healthcare system, our behavioral system? Going back to Earth, if you look at our population, when, for example, a doctor says you have to take antibiotics for 7 days, everyone is doing that for 7 days. Not when you're becoming better, feeling better, you stop at the 3rd day. We always do that. We always do that. Oh, okay, finally, the awareness was raised. So AI and assistants, can they help people to not violate the rules, especially the rules set by the medical professionals? Because I think we have that. Yeah, I think this antibiotic issue is great. If you stop having antibiotics earlier than you should have, that means that you are doing a very bad thing for the people around you, because you are then spreading the bacteria that are resistant to the antibiotics. So you're not only responsible for yourself, but for the people around you. And this is something that we need to work on. Yeah, if we want sustainable development, we want sustainability. Yeah, we should not expect the government to regulate everything in this sector included. It is our responsibility as well. It's the responsibility of the businesses that invests in these technologies, like the banks. But for that, you have to change our stance in the society, and that's great. We're going back to what we started with. AI-centric future. Can we expect that? I do hope that human will remain at the center. Humans will be augmented with AI, with technologies. I hope these people will be responsible, will live longer, will ensure sustainability, having some fun around the way. And AI will say, okay, you can have fun from 1 p.m. to 1:20. Well, you can just switch it off, Anyway, I think that human will be at the center. But I like the classics. Bazarov from Fathers and Children. He said, by Turgenev, he said that everyone should upbring themselves. When we talk about AI, sustainable development, you should not remove the responsibility for the responsible behavior. You're responsible for the responsible behavior of yourself. That's the idea. But I think that if we go to these realities and we invest in that, because right now 87% of people are covered by internet. I think soon will be like 100% of the people will be covered by internet. That means totally different capabilities, including telemedicine. I think that sometimes using some quite simple tools, we can make the so-called distant future not so distant after all. But what about the challenges and opportunities that AI help to resolve? How can AI help us to resolve our sustainable development goals? We're talking about climate challenges, access to education, access to high-quality healthcare. Maybe the difference in wages will be mitigated. AI, will it be an assistant? It will be an assistant. AI serves economists, starting with analysts. Big data analysis, obviously, we're talking about saving millions of documents, analysis. And AI will make it very quick. And then AI-driven decisions also can underpin sustainable development, and AI can obviously help you to cut the costs significantly. These new models, new digital systems, cutting the costs in manufacturing. We're also talking about monitoring the security security and safety issues in the areas where there should be no humans, basically. The safety concerns are the ones that are already being addressed by AI if we're talking about the climate agenda. I hope that in the distant future, AI will help to address the challenge of biodiversity. Keeping the biodiversity. This is something that we were talking about already, by the way. Okay, Artyom, building on Kirill's question, name a few problems that AI will be able to resolve in the nearest future. Well, I think that in general AI will be ubiquitous. It will always even be present in courts, for example, which is quite unexpected. I think that in the very near future, AI will be actively used there, together with neuroscience, because actually, currently, like you can train AI to look at the, to scan the brain, to see the activities, and to recreate the images that a person sees. You don't know what the person sees, what the person is thinking about, but you can say it with AI. These technologies, these research papers are being published in great numbers. It has been started just quite recently. Yeah, so you can visualize the witness, the witnesses. So 7 days program for antibiotics and investment in sustainable development, right? Yeah. This is something that we are going to live in, right? Thank you so much, Alexander, Artyom. Thank you so much. That was a very unexpected, very surprising views and concepts that you shared. Many people still think that these integrated chips and robots and digital avatars, this is something in a very in a very distant future, but actually it is working and it is yielding some results. And obviously we have the power to take advantage of these technologies for the benefit of the society, because it's not possible to stop that development for this society of the humankind. You have to be aware about that. You have to be ready for that, because it's just happened very soon. Artificial intelligence is a tool, and how it's going to be used, well, that's for us.
Dear friends, we are about to go off the air. We have heard the opinions of the leading experts on what AI is giving us to achieve sustainable development goals, how AI is going to help us build a more sustainable future and live in harmony with nature and himself. It is great that our speakers today were more optimistic than the futurologists or movie blockbusters. Hopefully the man of the future will remain not just healthy and educated, kitted out with the latest technology. Hopefully AI will help us find the path to the future. And let's remember the words of Jules Verne. The past is behind us, but the future is in your hands at present. Thank you for having been with us today.